Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I'm Stuck on a Ferris Wheel at the Top. The carnival below just disappeared. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first sign that something was wrong was the music cutting out halfway through the chorus. Not dying, not screeching, just stopping. 1 second, the speakers bolted to the ticket booth below us were pushing out some tinny pop song that had been popular 2 summers ago. All claps and bass, and a woman singing about staying out until sunrise. The next second, her voice vanished mid-word, leaving behind the creak of the Ferris wheel, the soft clatter of metal pins settling into their notches, and somebody 3 gondolas down laughing like they hadn't noticed yet. Then the lights around the wheel blinked once. White bulbs, red bulbs, blue bulbs, off, on, off again. I looked down at the midway, expecting to see a ride operator swearing into a walkie-talkie, or teenagers groaning because they couldn't record their perfect carnival selfie, or parents lifting toddlers out of plastic cars before they started crying. Instead, the whole place seemed to pause under us, the way a house pauses when the air conditioner cuts off and you suddenly hear the refrigerator humming from the kitchen. Tell me that was part of the show, Lena said. Her voice sounded too close in the little bucket seat. I'm Aaron Miles, 31, male, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I was at the Allegheny County Fair on a humid Friday night because my younger sister had begged me to come out and act like a normal person for once. Those were her words. Normal person. She said them while leaning against my truck in my apartment lot, arms folded, her phone already open to the fair's website, like she'd planned the ambush in advance. I worked nights at a print warehouse outside McKees Rocks, which meant I slept wrong, ate worse, and had become the kind of guy who could go a whole week without speaking to anyone except dispatch, and the woman at the gas station who knew I bought black coffee at 2:40 a.m. every Tuesday. I didn't hate people. I just got used to being alone, and after a while alone starts pretending it is the same thing as safe. Lena knew that about me. She had always known things about me before I admitted them. Lena Miles was 27, female, also from Pittsburgh, with cropped brown hair tucked under a pirate's cap, and a way of talking that made strangers answer her, even when they didn't want to. She sold insurance during the week and made it sound like a hostage negotiation whenever she described it. She had bought the wristbands. She had picked the fare. She had told me, you need fried dough and human noise, which was probably the most accurate diagnosis anyone had given me in a year. Beside her sat Mark Ellery, 29, male, from Erie originally, her boyfriend of 8 months. He was broad-shouldered in a clean gray t-shirt, the kind of guy who said "excuse me" to trash cans if he bumped them, and he had spent most of the night trying a little too hard to win me over. Not in a bad way. He kept offering to buy things, beer, water, soft pretzels, like hospitality could smooth out the fact that I didn't know what to do with him yet. Lena liked him. That was the problem. I trusted her taste and distrusted change. Across from us in the same gondola, because the operator had squeezed 4 adults in with the casual cruelty of carnival math, sat a woman named Claire Novick. She was 34, female, visiting from Cleveland, Ohio, wearing a denim jacket despite the heat, and holding a paper cup of lemonade that was sweating through at the seams. We had met her only 6 minutes earlier in line when a group of teenagers bailated at the last second, and the operator waved her toward us. "You're good with them?" he'd asked, already looking at the next riders. Claire had glanced at us, then at the Ferris wheel, then back at us with a quick, embarrassed smile. Better than riding alone, I guess. Now, with the music gone and the lights blinking out for a second time, she held her cup with both hands and stared down between her sneakers. "Could be a breaker," Mark said. He said it fast. Too fast. Like naming something ordinary could make it ordinary. The gondola rocked in a mild breeze. Not much, just enough to shift the bolts overhead and make the metal frame complain in a low, tired groan. We were near the top of the wheel, maybe 3 seats shy of the highest point, high enough that the fair looked less like a place and more like a lit diagram. Food trucks along the gravel lane, game booths in crooked rows, the livestock barn off to the west, where the smell of hay and warm animal manure kept drifting over whenever the wind turned. Beyond the fairgrounds were the dark tree lines and the occasional strip of road, cars moving past with their headlights white and indifferent. The sky over western Pennsylvania had gone that late August purple that doesn't last long. Clouds sat low in the distance, not storm clouds exactly, but thick enough to catch the last smear of sunset and hold it there like a bruise. Below us, a ride operator in a faded orange vest stood by the control panel. I could see the brim of his cap and the pale oval of his face turned upward. He lifted one hand. Then he pressed something on the panel. The Ferris wheel gave a jolt. Claire's lemonade jumped from the cup and splashed across her wrist. "Jesus," she said. "Sorry," Mark said, as if he had caused it. The wheel moved again, slower now. The gondola swayed forward, then back. A chain somewhere clicked in a steady rhythm. Click, click, click. The old-fashioned kind of sound that should have been reassuring, because it meant the machinery was doing what machinery did. But the longer it went on, the more I noticed other things that weren't there. No bass from the Himalaya ride. No shrieking from the drop tower. No barking from game attendants. Just the chain, a generator's uneven cough, somebody below shouting, too muffled to understand. Lena leaned across me and peered down. The whole row S out. I followed her gaze. She was right. Half the midway had gone dark. Not black, not abandoned, just dimmed, as if someone had taken a hand and lowered a theater light over the cotton candy stand, the dart balloons, the ring toss, the funnel cake trailer with the yellow sign. The rides farther away still had power. The spinning swings kept turning. The funhouse sign flashed its grin in red and green. A kid somewhere screamed, then laughed, and that made all of us breathe again without meaning to. "There," Mark said. "See, not a big deal." Lena looked at him. "You don't have to narrate your denial. I'm not denying. You used your calm voice. I have a calm voice. You have a voice for when you're trying not to ask if the bolts are inspected." Claire Claire gave a short laugh, and for a second, the pressure in the gondola eased. Even I smiled. The little seat rocked. My palm had been locked around the safety bar, and I made myself loosen it finger by finger before Lena noticed. She noticed anyway. "You okay?" she asked quietly. "I'm fine." That wasn't the question. I'm not a heights guy. This was not new information. Lena had known since we were kids, and our father took us to Kennywood. I got 6 steps up the stairs to the Jackrabbit and turned around in front of a whole line of people, my ears burning, while Dad pretended not to be disappointed. He never said much about it. That was worse. He just put one hand on my shoulder and walked me back down. Ever since then, I did heights if I had to. Ladders at work, parking garages, stadium seating. I didn't make a scene. I didn't freeze dramatically or grab strangers. I just counted bolts, exits, handholds. I made plans I hoped I wouldn't need. My brain was excellent at turning a harmless view into a diagram of all the ways gravity could collect what it was owed. Lena bumped her knee against mine. "You're doing better than the time you tried to clean your gutters," she said. "I was sabotaged by wet leaves. You lay on the roof for 20 minutes. I was assessing the situation. You asked a pigeon for help." Mark smiled carefully, like he wasn't sure if he was allowed to join in. Claire took a sip from her lemonade and winced when the paper rim bent. The wheel stopped again. This time we were at the top, not near it, at it. The whole fair spread below us, lights stippled across the field, the gravel lanes reflecting them in dull patches where spilled drinks and puddles had dampened the dust. A warm wind pushed the smell of fryer oil up toward us. Grease, sugar, cut grass, diesel exhaust. Human smells. Alive smells. I told myself to look at those things, not the drop. The thin metal door latched beside my hip. Not the safety bar that had been polished smooth by 1,000 nervous hands. Below, the ride operator picked up a walkie-talkie. He spoke into it, waited, then shook it once like an old remote control. He looked toward the ticket booth, where a girl in a yellow shirt leaned out the window and cupped her hands around her mouth. "What's she saying?" Claire asked. The fare was too far below for individual words to rise clearly. Sounds came up flattened and rearranged. A shout became a bark. A laugh became a squeal. A generator became something with a throat. Lena took out her phone. "No service?" I asked. "I have service." She frowned at the screen. "1 bar, it's just slow." Mark patted his pockets. "Mine's at 13%. "That's because you filmed every goat we passed," Lena said. "One goat sneezed like my Uncle Gary." It was important documentation. Claire shifted across from us. "I've got 2 bars. Do you think we should call somebody?" "For a power flicker?" Mark asked. "No, for being stuck. We've been stopped for like 30 seconds. Claire didn't argue. She looked down again, and I caught something in her expression I recognized. Not panic exactly, but calculation. The private measuring people do when they're deciding how embarrassed they're willing to be if asking for help turns out to be unnecessary. "It happens," I said, surprising myself. "They load and unload in sections. They might just be waiting on the next group." Lena looked at me with one eyebrow raised. "What?" I said. "You're comforting someone else from the top of a Ferris wheel. I contain multitudes, mostly caffeine and avoidance. Still counts. The lights came back across the dark row all at once. The balloon booth brightened. The funnel cake sign glowed yellow again. The bulbs around our wheel popped on in a circle, and the white lights above our heads made the chipped paint on the gondola visible in ugly detail. Someone below cheered. The music returned, but not the same song. Now it was a carnival organ track, bright and mechanical and oddly old-fashioned, pouring from the speakers with little hiccups where the audio skipped. "That's worse," Lena said. Mark laughed. "How is music worse than no music? Because no music is a problem. That music is a threat." Claire smiled into her cup. The wheel moved, only a few feet. Then it stopped with another hard clunk. This one ran up through the frame and into my teeth. Claire gasped. Mark's hand shot out and grabbed the side of the gondola. Lena's shoulder pressed against mine. The safety bar rattled in its brackets. "Okay," Mark said, no calm voice now. That wasn't smooth. From below came a sharp whistle, not the fun kind, a worker's whistle. The operator waved both arms at someone out of sight, then bent over the control panel again. Another employee jogged across the gravel toward him, a woman in a reflective vest with a flashlight bouncing in her hand. A little boy in the gondola below us started crying. His mother said, "It's okay, baby, it's okay," in the flat, repetitive tone of someone trying to keep herself from crying too. That sound did something to the air. All the jokes in our bucket ran out. I looked at the wheel structure because looking at the people below made me feel worse. Spokes bolted to the central hub. Steel beams. Grease dark joints. Thick cable running down the side. I had no idea how Ferris wheels worked beyond the general principle of don't break. But I knew enough machines from the warehouse to know when something was straining. The clicks had stopped. The motor housing below gave a low hum, then a grinding noise that lasted just long enough for everyone to hear it. Then silence, except for the organ music. Too cheerful, too thin. "Should they be running that?" Claire asked. "Nobody's running anything," I said. My voice came out dry. Lena heard it and touched my wrist. A quick pressure, "Here, stay here." The second employee reached the operator. They spoke in tight gestures. He pointed up at the wheel. She pointed toward the back of the ride, where the support trailer sat behind a temporary fence. Then she took off running. "Maybe they have a backup," Mark said. "Maybe," I said. I didn't like how far away my truck was. That was the thought that came to me, stupid and useless. My truck was parked in the grass lot beyond the 4-H barn, beside a muddy drainage ditch. My keys were in my pocket. My phone was in my hand. My boots were on my feet. All of that ordinary preparedness meant nothing from 70 or 80 feet in the air. Lena's phone buzzed. We all looked at it. "Amber alert," she said, then frowned. "No, weather advisory." "Storm?" Claire asked. "High winds possible after 10. Mark checked his watch. "It's 9:16. The gondola rocked again, and this time no one moved. A gust pressed against us from the west, warm and damp, lifting the hair at the back of my neck. Below, paper napkins skittered across the gravel. A plastic bag snagged on the fence and snapped there like a trapped bird. The Ferris wheel responded with a slow sway that was probably normal, probably engineered, probably something thousands of people experienced without thinking twice. My stomach still dropped. Lena kept her hand on my wrist. "I'm sorry," she said under her breath. "For what?" "Making you do this. You didn't make me. I heavily implied you were becoming a cave animal. That was fair. I wanted you to have fun. I had a corn dog. That was fun." She gave me a look. "And the piglet race," I added. "You pretended not to love the piglet race." "I respected their athleticism." Claire laughed again, but it shook at the edges. Mark leaned forward as much as the bar allowed. "Hey," he shouted down. "What's going on?" The operator looked up. He didn't answer. That bothered me more than if he had yelled something useless, like "just a minute" or "hold tight." Instead, he looked at us, then at the other gondolas, then back at the panel. He wiped his forehead with his wrist. Lena's expression changed. She sat up straighter. "What?" I asked. He looked scared. "Annoyed," Mark said. "Maybe stressed." "No," she said. "Scared." The woman with the flashlight reappeared behind the fence near the support trailer. She had another man with her now, older, heavier, moving with the stiff hurry of somebody whose knees didn't appreciate urgency. He carried a red toolbox in one hand and a radio in the other. They disappeared behind a panel at the base of the ride. The organ music skipped. 3 notes repeated, then 3 again. Then the whole track started over from the beginning. Claire's phone made a small chime. She looked down. "My husband says the radar looks bad west of us." "You're here alone?" Lena asked. "Conference in Monroeville," Claire said. "He stayed home with our daughter. I thought I'd..." She stopped and gave a small shrug. "I thought I'd do something instead of eating hotel food and watching crime shows." "That's reasonable," Mark said. Felt reasonable on the ground. A loud metallic bang came from below. The little boy screamed. The whole wheel shuddered, not moving forward, not turning, just absorbing the impact from somewhere in its base. My fingers clamped around the safety bar again. I didn't choose it. They just did. Lena sucked in a breath through her teeth. Mark said, "Whoa, whoa," as if the ride were a horse. The lights stayed on. That almost made it worse. Everything was visible. The height, the smallness of the people below, the flimsy-looking pins in the door latch, the bolts with rings of rust around them. The older maintenance man stepped out from the base of the ride and looked upward. Even from that distance, I could see him talking into the radio now, one hand cupped over his ear. The operator had moved away from the panel. The girl from the ticket booth stood beside him, arms wrapped around herself. The wheel did not move, not an inch. A minute passed, maybe 2. The fair went on around us in pieces. Somewhere beyond the dark line of the livestock barn, a truck backed up with 3 little beeps. The funhouse kept flashing. A bell rang at a strength test game, and someone whooped. But close to our ride, the midway had started to thin. People stopped to look. Parents pulled children back. A teenager raised his phone toward us, and the screen glowed blue in his hand. Lena noticed too. "Oh, great," she said. "We're content." Mark shouted again, louder. "Hey, can you get us down?" This time the operator cupped his hands and yelled something back. The wind took most of it. "What?" Claire shouted. He tried again. I caught only 2 words. "Manual release." Lena turned toward me. "Did he say manual release?" "I think so." "That sounds good," Mark said. "It sounds like something you say when the normal button doesn't work," Claire replied. No one had an answer to that. The gondola below us shifted as the mother picked up her crying son and held him against her chest. Their bucket swung gently. She looked up at us, and for a second our eyes met. She was maybe mid-30s, blonde hair tied back, one hand spread between the child's shoulder blades. I wanted to say something helpful. I had nothing. Below, the maintenance man opened a gate in the temporary fence and spoke to the operator. The operator shook his head. The woman with the flashlight pointed toward the sky. I followed her gesture. The clouds had moved closer, or maybe I had not been paying attention. Either way, the western edge of the sky looked lower now, layered and dark, with a pale seam where lightning flickered behind it without sound. Heat lightning, I told myself. Distant. Nothing yet. Then my phone buzzed with the same weather alert Lena had gotten. High winds possible after 10:00 p.m. Seek shelter when warnings are issued. I showed Lena. She swallowed. Still 40 minutes. Yeah, that's plenty of time. Yeah, we both knew people say plenty of time when they are asking the universe not to make them liars. Mark twisted in his seat and looked down toward the operator. I don't want to be that guy, but if they can manually lower us, they should probably start. They probably are, Lena said. They're talking. Talking can be starting. Not where I work, he muttered. Claire's lemonade cup crumpled slightly in her hands. She looked at me, maybe because I had been quiet, maybe because fear sometimes looks for the quietest person and assumes they know something. You said you work with machines. Warehouse equipment, I said. Conveyors, cutters. Nothing like this. But if a motor fails, they'd have a brake, a manual drive, some way to bring us down. Should, Lena said. I glanced at her. She lifted one shoulder. Sorry, insurance brain. Another gust moved through, stronger than the last. The gondola swung forward and bumped against its hanging bracket with a dull knock. Claire made a small sound and pressed her foot against the opposite bench to brace herself. Mark looked at Lena. I don't like this. She nodded once. Me neither. That was when the operator started waving. Not at us, at the people gathered around the base of the ride. He made a pushing motion with both hands, telling them to move back. The girl from the ticket booth ran to the nearest line of metal barriers and started dragging them wider, scraping them over gravel. The sound carried up clearly, metal feet stuttering, catching, stuttering again. The maintenance man spoke into his radio. The woman with the flashlight looked up at the wheel, then toward the incoming weather, then back at the wheel. Lena leaned close enough that only I could hear her. Aaron, I see it. We should call 911. Mark turned. You think? I think the ride crew is trying, Lena said. I also think being polite is how people lose time. Claire already had her phone unlocked. Her thumb hovered over the keypad. And there it was, the choice, small and stupid and enormous. Trust the people below who knew the machine, or make the call, and become the kind of person who turns a mechanical delay into an emergency before anyone admits it is one. Wait quietly and hope the fare fixed itself. Or say out loud that 4 adults and a crying child were stuck near the top of a Ferris wheel, with weather moving in and something wrong at the base. Lena looked at me, not because I was in charge, because she knew I hated being dramatic, because she knew I hated needing help even more. The organ music skipped again below us, bright and broken. 3 notes, 3 notes, 3 notes. I took my phone out, my hand damp against the case, and stared at the emergency call button glowing on the screen. "We call," I said. Then the lights around the Ferris wheel blinked once more, and every face below us tilted upward at the same time. The 911 call didn't connect the first time. It didn't fail dramatically. There was no warning tone, no automated voice, no big red error message. I pressed the button, put the phone to my ear, and got 3 seconds of flat electronic hiss before the screen jumped back to my lock screen like I had changed my mind. I stared at it. Lena saw my face. "What?" It dropped. "Try again." "I am." My thumb left a damp half-moon on the glass. I hit emergency call again, then 911, then the green button. The phone showed 1 bar, then none, then 1 again. Above us, the bulbs around the Ferris wheel flickered in sections, chasing each other around the rim in broken loops. Below, people were still looking up. At least I thought they were. The ride lights popped out. All of them. The sudden dark was so complete that my brain refused it for half a second. The midway had been bright a moment before cheap, loud, overlit, full of fried food smoke and moving bodies, and then the world below us seemed to fold inward. No booths, no signs, no strings of bulbs, no crowd, just black field, darker rooflines, the smeared gray of the sky, and the tiny glowing rectangles of phones here and there, scattered too far apart to be helpful. Claire whispered, "Where did everybody go?" Nobody answered, because nobody wanted to say the obvious thing first. The carnival below had not vanished. I knew that. I knew it the way you know your house is still there during a blackout, even if you can't see the furniture. From the top of that wheel, with the lights gone and the music dead, and the midway swallowed into the same color as the empty grass beyond it, it looked like the fair had been cut out from underneath us. Wind moved through the metal frame. The gondola rocked. The little boy below us started crying again, a thin, exhausted sound that kept catching in his throat. My 911 call failed a second time. "Give me your phone," Lena said. "I can do it." "I didn't say you couldn't." "Then don't grab." She stopped with her hand halfway across my lap. Even in the dark, I could feel the look she gave me. Mark said, "Guys." "I'm trying," I said. "I know, but look." He pointed down. At first, all I saw was darkness and the vague geometry of the ride beneath us, black beams against a slightly less black sky. Then a flashlight beam snapped on near the base of the wheel. It jerked around wildly, hit the operator's panel, hit the gravel, hit the temporary fence. Another beam joined it, then another. The maintenance crew hadn't gone anywhere. The ride hadn't emptied out. People were moving below us, fast and disorganized. A generator somewhere coughed twice and died. From far off, maybe toward the livestock barns, came a heavy metallic clang, then shouting. Not carnival shouting, urgent shouting. Claire lifted her phone above her head like a torch. "I've got 1 bar." "Call," Lena said. Claire tapped with both thumbs. "It says emergency calls only." "That's good," Mark said. "That's what we need." "No, it's not dialing." Her voice cracked on the last word, and she closed her mouth hard afterward, embarrassed by it. I recognized that too. Fear trying to stay polite. The The Ferris wheel gave a small jerk, not a movement downward, not progress. A slip, just a few inches, maybe less, but the gondolas reacted all at once. Metal creaked. Chains clicked once, sharply, then stopped. The bucket below us swung enough for the mother to scream. "Jesus Christ," Mark said. Lena grabbed my forearm. I grabbed the safety bar. Claire's lemonade cup fell from her hand and bounced off the floor of the gondola, empty now, rolling against my boot with a soft paper scrape. Below, someone yelled, "Lock it, lock it," another voice. "It is locked." The wind carried those words cleanly up the frame. Mark leaned over the bar as far as he dared. "Hey, what's happening?" "Mark, sit back," Lena said. "I'm trying to hear them." "Sit back." He did, but not before the gondola tilted slightly with his weight. My stomach lurched. I made a noise I hated as soon as it left me. Lena heard it. Her grip tightened. "Aaron, I'm good." "You're not." I said I'm good. That came out too sharp. She let go. The space where her hand had been felt instantly cold, even though the air was warm and heavy. I wanted to apologize, but the apology got stuck behind the panic climbing up my ribs. I could feel the old, familiar machinery of it switching on inside me. Count the bolts, count the breaths, find the exit, control your hands. Don't let anyone see how bad it is. There was no exit. That was the problem. The challenge was simple enough for a child to understand and impossible enough that my mind kept sliding off it. We were stuck near the top of a Ferris wheel. The normal motor had failed. The backup power had either failed too or hadn't engaged. The storm was moving in from the west. The crew below was trying to secure the wheel before it slipped again, and none of our calls were connecting. We had to get help. Fast. Not eventually. Not after everyone calmed down. Fast, before the wind made the bucket swing harder, before whatever brake or gear or manual release down there gave up another few inches, before one frightened person did something stupid enough to turn a mechanical failure into a fall. My phone vibrated in my hand. For one stupid second, I thought it was 911 calling back. It was a text from dispatch at the warehouse, a group message about a Sunday overtime shift. I almost laughed. "Text someone," Claire said suddenly. "Texts might go through when calls won't." Lena was already typing. "I'm sending Mom." "No," I said. She looked at me. "No, she's in Florida. What's she going to do except panic? She can call from there." "Call who?" "Emergency services." "From Florida." "She can look up the fare, Aaron. She'll lose her mind." "And we're doing great." Mark held up his phone. The screen lit his face from below, making his expression look stranger than it was. "I sent my brother our location, or tried to. It's just spinning." "Screenshots," Claire said. "Take screenshots of the location. Send to multiple people. Short messages." "Less data." She was shaking, but her voice had changed. Tighter, functional. "Good," Lena said. "Do that." I pulled up maps. The blue dot drifted around the fairgrounds, as if it couldn't decide whether we were in the midway, or the livestock barn, or the woods beyond the field. I typed, "Stuck on Ferris wheel at Allegheny County Fair. Ride failed. Need 911. Storm coming." I sent it to my supervisor first by accident. Of all people, then to my mother. Then to a guy from work named Darnell, because his name was near dispatch in my recent messages. The first two hung there unsent. Darnell S. went blue. I stared at it. Mine sent, I said. To who? Lena asked. Darnell. Who's Darnell? Forklift lead. Can Darnell help? He answers his phone. Then tell him to call 911. I did. Below us, the flashlight beams gathered near the control panel. The old maintenance man stood with one hand braced on the metal housing and the other waving the ride operator back. The woman in the reflective vest had climbed partly onto the base platform. Her flashlight was clenched in her teeth while she worked both hands on something I couldn't see. The mother below us called up, "Is anyone getting through?" "Trying," Lena yelled back. "My son has asthma." That changed the air in our gondola. Claire leaned forward. "Does she have his inhaler?" Lena shouted down. "Do you have his inhaler?" The mother's answer was broken by wind, but the last part came through. "Backpack with my husband." Of course it was. On the ground, somewhere in the dark below, with someone who might not know where to go or who to tell. The boy coughed then, a small barking cough that repeated until he cried again. "Okay," Mark said, rubbing both hands over his face. "Okay, that's a real clock now." I looked at him. The storm was already a clock. "I know, I'm saying, I know what you're saying. Don't bite my head off." "I'm not." "You are," Lena snapped. "Both of you stop." The command cracked across the bucket. For a second, all I could hear was wind, the boy coughing below, and the paper lemonade cup scraping back and forth by my boot. Lena swallowed. When she spoke again, she was quieter. "We need to make them understand there's a medical issue, not just stuck riders." Claire had already switched to her phone's flashlight and was waving it downward in short bursts. "What are you doing?" Mark asked, trying to get their attention. "With SOS. "I don't know SOS. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short," I said automatically. Everyone looked at me. "What?" I said. "I was a Boy Scout for 6 months." "Use it," Lena said. Claire handed me her phone because mine was tied up trying to send texts. I took it, leaned carefully toward the open side of the gondola, and aimed the light downward. 3 short flashes. 3 long, 3 short. The bucket swayed with my movement. My whole body tried to lock up. My fingers wanted to drop the phone and grab the bar. Instead, I kept flashing the light because there was a kid below us who could not breathe right, and because Lena was watching, and because I was tired, suddenly, of fear making every decision for me. A flashlight below paused, then swung up. It flashed back twice. Not SOS, not a code I knew, just acknowledgement. "They saw," Claire said. "Do it again," Lena said. I did. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Darnell. I nearly dropped Claire's phone trying to answer mine. The call connected, but his voice came through chopped and thin. "Aaron, what the hell, man? You serious?" "Call 911, I said. "Tell them the Ferris wheel is stuck at the county fair. Power failure. Storm coming. There's a kid with asthma stuck below us." "What fair?" "Allegheny County Fair. There's like 3 fairgrounds out there." "South Park," Lena hissed. "Tell him South Park." "South Park Fairgrounds," I said, "near the livestock barns. Ferris wheel." The call crackled. "Aaron, you there?" "Darnell, call now." "I'm doing it. You hurt?" "No, just stuck." Below, something sparked white near the base of the ride. Not a huge explosion, not movie sparks. A quick hard spit of electricity, followed by the smell of hot metal drifting up a few seconds later, faint but unmistakable. The maintenance woman jerked backward on the platform. The operator grabbed her by the vest and pulled her down. The whole wheel groaned. Darnell's voice vanished. My screen said call failed. Something sparked, Mark said. We saw, Lena replied. Claire's lips moved soundlessly. Counting, maybe. Praying, maybe. She had told us she had a husband and daughter. She hadn't said anything about faith, but people reach for old habits in high places. Down below, the operator and maintenance man were arguing now. Their voices rose and fell, broken by distance. Can't release with load. Wind gets worse. Fire department. The last one mattered. They called fire, Lena said. Or they're saying they need fire, Mark answered. The difference is not comforting. The boy coughed again. Longer this time. His mother said, Look at me, Mason. Look at me. Slow breaths, okay. Smell the flower, blow the candle. Mason. The name made him real in a way crying hadn't. Not just a child below us. Mason, small lungs, no inhaler. Mother trying to make panic into a breathing exercise. Claire shouted down, What's your name? The mother looked up. Emily. Emily Hart, as we would later learn, was 36, female, from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. At the fair with her 6-year-old son Mason and her husband somewhere below with their backpack. At that moment, she was a shadow holding a child against her chest in a swinging gondola, trying to keep her voice, even while the machine above and below her made sounds no mother should have to interpret. Emily, Claire called. We got someone calling 911. His inhaler is blue. Emily shouted back. Blue backpack. My husband's name is Tom. Tom, Mark yelled down toward the base. Tom Hart, blue backpack. His voice disappeared into the dark, swallowed by wind and distance. A few seconds later from the ground, someone shouted, We're looking. That should have helped. It did, a little. Then the storm gave its first real sign. A gust came hard across the fairgrounds, not steady wind, but a shove. It hit the side of the wheel and passed through the metal spokes with a low vibrating moan. Our gondola swung backward, then forward. Claire's shoulder knocked against the side panel. Mark grabbed the bar with both hands. Lena's knee slammed into mine. The buckets above and below us moved too, each one out of rhythm, a slow, ugly pendulum. The wheel itself did not turn, but the seats did. Mason screamed until the sound broke into coughing. Everybody stay centered, I shouted without thinking. Don't lean. Keep your weight still. Lena stared at me. What? I said. Nothing. Keep going. I raised my voice. Emily, hold him in the middle. Don't fight the swing. I'm trying. Mark looked at me. Can too much swinging unlatch these things? Don't ask that. I'm asking because don't. The answer was probably no. Probably the gondolas were designed for swinging. Probably the latch, the bar, the hanger, all of it had more safety margin than my fear wanted to admit. But probably doesn't feel sturdy when you're looking at a door latch close enough to touch. A latch with chipped red paint, and a cotter pin bent at an angle that may have been normal last week and unacceptable tonight. Lena saw me staring at it. Don't, she said. I didn't say anything. You counted that latch 3 times. I'm checking. You're spiraling. I'm useful when I spiral. You are sometimes useful despite spiraling. Not the time. No, this is exactly the time. Her voice lowered. You can be scared and still not turn into Dad. That hit harder than the gust. I looked at her. She looked sorry immediately, but she didn't take it back. Mark went very still. Claire looked away. Our father wasn't cruel. That would have been easier to explain. He was just the kind of man who believed every bad feeling was a nail that needed hammering flat. Hurt, walk it off. Scared, don't be. Need help, figure it out. He had raised me into a person who thought asking was failure, then died of a heart attack in his garage because he waited too long to call anyone about the pain in his chest. Lena and I had never said that last part out loud without dressing it in softer words. Not until she said it on the Ferris wheel. I turned my face away, jaw tight. Then my phone buzzed again. Darnell had texted, 911 notified, fire dispatching. Stay put. They say do not attempt climb down. I read it once. Then again. What? Lena asked. Fire is coming. Claire closed her eyes. Thank God. Also, they said don't attempt to climb down. Mark let out a brittle laugh. Was that on the table? Nobody answered. Because yes, in the part of the mind that looks for exits even when there aren't any, it had been. The metal framework was right there. A person desperate enough could unlatch the door, step onto the crossbar, climb down spoke by spoke. It would be idiotic, suicidal in wind. But fear doesn't propose good ideas. It proposes movement. Below, more people were gathering again, their phone lights clustered near the ride entrance. Someone had found a bullhorn. A man's amplified voice cracked through the dark. Riders, remain seated. Emergency services have been contacted. Do not open the gondola doors. Keep your hands inside. We are working to secure the wheel. The bullhorn squealed at the end, high and nasty. Secure it, Claire said. Mark rubbed his forehead. I hate every verb they're using. The maintenance woman climbed back onto the platform, slower this time. The old man handed her something from the toolbox. Even from the top, I could tell their body language had changed. Less arguing, more urgency. The operator held the flashlight steady with both hands. Another text from Darnell came in. How many people up there? I looked around as best I could. The dark made the gondolas into hanging silhouettes. I counted moving phone lights. One below with Emily and Mason. One 2 seats below them. Ours. One above, maybe empty, maybe not. Farther down the front side, at least 3 more. I texted, maybe 1620. Child asthma. The message failed. I hit resend. Failed again. Network's gone, I said. Lena tried hers. Same, Claire said, mine too. Mark held his phone up. 13% and useless, great. The wheel slipped again. This time it moved more. Maybe a foot, maybe 2. Enough that the gondola below us dropped slightly, and ours rolled forward into the exact top position, the highest point, the place the whole wheel seemed to balance around. Metal popped somewhere beneath us. Not loud, but distinct. A bolt settling, a bracket shifting, something taking weight it did not want. The bullhorn voice shouted, hold still, as if we were the reason, as if any of us were moving. The gondola continued a slow swing after the slip. Forward, back, forward. Less each time, but never still enough. Emily shouted, he's wheezing, he's wheezing. Mason's coughing had changed. It was tighter now, with a whistling edge that reached us even through the wind. Claire pressed both hands to her mouth. Lena looked down at Emily's gondola, then at me, then at the frame. No, I said immediately. I didn't say anything. You thought it. His inhaler is on the ground. And we have phones. Lights. Maybe we can guide them. That's not what you were thinking. She didn't answer quickly enough. Mark looked between us. What are we talking about? She's thinking about lowering something, I said. Lena's eyes flashed. I'm thinking there might be something in this gondola that can reach them. Like what? A miracle rope? My hoodie, belts, purse strap, anything. To do what? Send air down. To send a note, a light, something. Tell them exactly which gondola he's in. They know which gondola. Do they? In the dark, from the ground. Claire said, she's right. It all looks different from below. I hated that she was right. I hated it because solving one problem meant creating another. To lower anything, someone would have to unbuckle, shift, lean toward the edge, maybe reach past the bar. A small movement in a bucket that already swayed too much. The bullhorn crackled again. Riders, we are attempting to engage the manual brake. Please remain completely still. The manual brake, not lower, brake. Lena heard it too. Her face changed. They're not trying to bring us down yet, she said. They're trying to stop it slipping, Mark said. Claire's voice was small. And if they can't, no one answered. Below, Emily's voice broke into a plea. Please, somebody, he needs his inhaler. The wind rose again. Not a gust this time, but a steady push that made the entire wheel hum faintly, like a finger around the rim of a glass. Lena unzipped her hoodie. What are you doing? I asked, making us visible. Lena, if they're looking for the right gondola, they need a marker. She pulled the bright red hoodie off her shoulders. Mark grabbed one sleeve. Don't lean out. I'm not. You are literally leaning. I'm tying it to the side. Do not open the door, I said. She froze. I heard my father in my voice, and she did too. Not the words, the shape of them. Flat, commanding. Fear dressed up as authority. Her expression hardened. I'm not opening the door, she said. I'm tying it to the bar. Then let me do it. You're terrified. Exactly. I'll be careful. That stopped her. The gondola rocked gently beneath us. Claire held the flashlight steady. Mark still had one hand on Lena's sleeve, not restraining her exactly, but ready to. I took the hoodie from Lena. My hands were clumsy. The fabric was soft and smelled like her shampoo and fair smoke. I looped one sleeve around the safety bar, then another, knotting it against the outer rail where it would hang down but not catch in the latch. I had to lean forward to do it. Not far, just enough to see straight down through the metal grid floor and past my boots to the dark shape of Emily's gondola. The height rushed up at me. For 1 second, I was 6 years old on the Kennywood stairs, hearing other kids complain behind me while my father's hand sat heavy on my shoulder. Then Mason wheezed below us. I tied the knot. Tight. There, I said, sitting back too hard. Lena touched my knee. Good. This time I didn't pull away. Below, a flashlight beam caught the red hoodie. It swung there from our gondola, bright against the dark, a ridiculous little flag. The bullhorn voice said, "We see you. Red marker, we see you." Emily yelled something that sounded like thank you. A siren started in the distance. Faint at first, then clearer, fire. The sound moved across the night from beyond the fairgrounds, rising and falling through the trees and over the parked cars. It should have made me feel safe. It did, for about 2 breaths. Then the maintenance crew at the base scattered backward all at once. The woman on the platform jumped down. The operator grabbed the ticket booth girl and pulled her behind the barrier. The old maintenance man held both arms out, shouting at everyone to get back. A thin line of smoke rose from the base of the wheel. Not much. Enough. The bullhorn dropped, hit gravel, and gave a dull, amplified thud. The wheel slipped again. Harder. Our gondola lurched forward, then slammed back against its hanger. Claire screamed. Mark's shoulder hit the side panel with a heavy crack. Lena's hand found mine and crushed it. Below us, Emily shouted Mason's name. The red hoodie whipped against the bar. The siren was closer now, but still not here. And in the darkness beneath our feet, where the base of the Ferris wheel should have been a solved problem waiting for professionals, the first orange flicker of flame appeared behind the control panel. The first fire truck came in from the north entrance, past the line of food trailers and the dark ticket booths, its red lights flashing across the empty gravel like someone dragging a warning flare over wet pavement. From the top of the Ferris wheel, everything had become a map I couldn't leave. To our left, west of the midway, the storm was building behind the black line of trees beyond the livestock barn. To our right, east of us, the parking field dipped toward the road, where late arriving cars had stopped in a crooked row. Their headlights pointed uselessly at the fairgrounds fence. Directly beneath us was the ride base, control panel, operator booth, metal stairs, maintenance platform, temporary fencing, and now that small, pulsing orange flame licking behind a panel that absolutely should not have had fire anywhere near it. Behind that, maybe 50 yards away, sat the row of generators and electrical boxes that fed the rides along this side of the midway. Past them were the game booths, ring toss, milk bottles, balloon darts, all dark now except when emergency lights swept over them and showed the prizes hanging there with their stitched smiles and plastic eyes. The carnival hadn't disappeared. It had been stripped of sound and shape. That was almost worse. "Fire S here," Lena said, as if saying it could pull us down. The truck stopped near the funnel cake trailer because the lane beyond it was blocked by carnival barriers and people who had gathered despite being told to move back. Firefighters spilled out in yellow turnout pants and dark shirts, not fully suited yet, moving with that controlled hurry that looks come only from far away. One carried a medical bag. Another dragged a length of hose toward the ride. A third pointed up at the wheel, counting gondolas with his finger. Mark pressed a hand against his shoulder, where he had slammed into the side panel during the last slip. His face had gone pale in the glow from Claire's phone. "You okay?" Lena asked him. "Yeah, you hit hard," I said. "I'm okay. You're doing the same thing Aaron does." That almost made me smile. Almost. Mark tried to roll his shoulder and immediately stopped. "It's just a bruise." "Don't move it then," Claire said. "If it's separated or something, pretending won't help." He looked at her, annoyed for half a second, then nodded. "Right, sorry." Below us, Mason coughed again. It was not as sharp now. That worried me more. His mother, Emily, had gone quieter too, repeating the breathing exercise in a low voice we could only catch in pieces. Smell the flower. Blow the candle. Good again. Look at me. Lena leaned down toward them. Emily, fire's here. I see them, Emily called back. Her voice was strained. Has anyone found Tom? No one answered. That was the first attempt, though none of us knew it until it failed. The firefighters tried to get the inhaler up. A man in a white helmet, older, heavyset, maybe the incident commander, spoke to the carnival crew near the base. The operator pointed toward Emily's gondola, then toward our red hoodie marker, then toward the parking area. A woman in a paramedic jacket ran toward the crowd along the barriers, shouting something. Phone lights shifted. Faces turned. Someone yelled, Tom Hart. Once, then again. The name traveled through the dark. Tom Hart, blue backpack, Tom Hart. For a moment, hope became a physical thing. I could feel it in the way Claire sat forward, in the way Lena's hand tightened around the safety bar, in the way Mark stopped rubbing his shoulder and stared down at the moving lights. Then a man broke from the crowd near the livestock barn, running hard. He had a backpack over one shoulder. Is that him? Claire asked. The man sprinted toward the firefighters, slipping once on the gravel, catching himself on a barrier. The paramedic met him halfway and grabbed the backpack. The man bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping, while she tore through the front pocket. Please, Emily whispered below us. Please, please, please. The paramedic pulled out something blue. A small inhaler. People on the ground cheered. Then everybody looked up. That was the part nobody had solved. The Ferris wheel had stopped with Emily and Mason one gondola below ours, maybe 10 or 12 feet beneath us vertically, but offset forward from the center line. From the ground, they were too high for a ladder carried by hand, too high for anyone to toss something accurately, and too dangerous to climb to with the wheel slipping and the control panel on fire. The firefighters had a ladder truck, but it wasn't there yet. The first engine had only ground ladders, and the closest access lane was jammed with metal fencing, prize booths, and the dead bulk of the Ferris wheel's support trailer. A firefighter tried anyway. He attached the inhaler to a small pouch, tied it to a rope, and handed the other end to another firefighter. They moved under Emily's gondola as best they could, looking up, shielding their faces from the smoke drifting out of the control panel. Don't, I said under my breath. Lena heard me. What? The angle's wrong. The firefighter swung the pouch once, twice, then tossed it upward. It rose maybe 20 feet, not even close. It fell back and slapped against the gravel. Damn it, Mark said. The firefighter tried again, harder. The pouch went higher, arcing toward the lower gondolas, but the wind caught it and blew it sideways into the steel spokes. It wrapped once around a crossbar, then dropped, bouncing off the frame with a sound we could hear all the way up. Emily made a sound below us that hurt to listen to. Can they shoot it up? Claire asked. Like with a line gun. This isn't a ship, Mark said. Fire departments have equipment. Not in the first truck, maybe. They have to have something. They're trying. Trying isn't breathing for him. Her voice snapped at the end. Mark flinched, not because she had been cruel, but because she had been right in a way none of us could soften. The paramedic spoke into a radio. The commander pointed toward the south service gate, the one behind the livestock barn, where the gravel lane curved around toward the ride storage area. Another firefighter took off running that way. "Ladder truck," Lena said. "They're bringing a ladder truck in from the other side." "Can they get it through?" I asked. The question hung there, because the fairgrounds had not been built for this moment. The Ferris wheel sat near the central midway, boxed in by booths, temporary fences, the funnel cake trailer to the north, the dark funhouse to the east, the livestock barn to the west, and a line of parked vendor trucks along the south service lane. Everything that made the carnival feel crowded and alive an hour ago now looked like an obstacle course designed by people who had assumed the emergency would happen somewhere else. The pouch attempt failed a third time. After that, they stopped trying. That revealed the first new fact. Help could reach the fairgrounds, but not us. Not yet. The emergency was no longer about whether anyone knew we were stuck. They knew. They had lights on us, radios, firefighters, an inhaler in hand, and still Mason was wheezing below us while the Ferris wheel hummed in the wind. The trap tightened. The second attempt came from us. It started with Claire. "I have a charging cable," she said suddenly. We all looked at her. She was already digging into the small crossbody purse wedged beside her hip. Her hands moved too quickly, dumping a lipstick, hotel keycard, pack of gum, folded receipt, and a white phone cable into her lap. "A cable," Mark said, "with the hoodie strings, belts, anything. We lower a line to Emily." "The inhaler is on the ground," I said. "I know. But if we can lower a line to her, maybe they can tie the inhaler to the other end from below, and we pull it sideways." Lena stared down, mapping it in her head. "Emily is below us. The firefighters are below her. We'd need the line to pass from us to her, then down. Or just get her attention and give her something to grab." "We don't have enough length," Mark said. "We might if we combine everything." He looked around the gondola like he expected rope to appear from beneath the seat. "With what?" "Belts," Claire said again. "Shoelaces. My belt is holding my pants up. Then keep yours." It wasn't. Lena had already pulled one shoelace from her boot. "Aaron." I closed my eyes for half a second. Of course. Of course the solution involved small knots, leaning, dropping a line in the wind from a swinging metal bucket 70-something feet in the air while my body screamed at me not to move. "Give me the cable," I said. Lena looked at me carefully. "You don't have to. Don't do that." "Do what?" "Make me brave by offering me a way out." She held my gaze, then handed me the shoelace. We built the stupidest rescue line in Pennsylvania. Claire's phone cable, Lena's shoelace, my belt, Mark's belt, despite his complaint, after he muttered, "Fine, but if my jeans fall, nobody gets to comment." Claire added the strap from her purse, unhooked with shaking fingers. Lena took the drawstring from her hoodie hood, since the hoodie itself was already tied outside as a marker. I tied each piece with square knots I half remembered and overhand knots I trusted more because they looked ugly and tight. The line reached maybe 12 feet, maybe 15. Not enough to save anyone, maybe enough to pass something to Emily. "Fire department," I shouted downward. "We're lowering a line," the bullhorn, recovered now, crackled. "Do not open the gondola door. Repeat, do not open the door." "We're not opening it," Lena yelled. "We're lowering from inside." A pause. "Then keep all riders seated. "Do not lean outside the gondola." That was not permission. It was not exactly refusal either. Claire held her phone light over my hands. Mark braced his good shoulder against the opposite side of the gondola to counter my weight without jostling too much. Lena gripped the back of my jeans like she could anchor me to earth by force. "I'm not going out," I said. "I know. You're gripping like I owe you money. You owe me 200 from 2018. That was a security deposit issue. Focus." I fed the line over the safety bar, not the door. The red hoodie snapped beside it in the wind. The cable and belts slid down slowly, twisting as they went. For a moment, it looked like it would work. The makeshift line dangled below us, reaching toward Emily's gondola, swinging just wide of her left side. "Emily," Claire shouted. "Can you reach?" Emily looked up. Mason was curled against her, his face pressed into her shirt. She stretched one hand upward, but could not stand without shifting the gondola. The line swung closer, then away. "Wait," I said, "don't reach too far." "I can't," Emily coughed. "I can't get it," Lena said. "Lower more." "There is no more. Use my other bootlace. That gives us 3 feet. Then use it." Another gust came through. The line snapped sideways and wrapped around one of the Ferris wheel's diagonal spokes beneath us. At first, I thought it had caught harmlessly. Then the whole line went taut. The belt looped over the metal. Claire's cable stretched white and thin. The gondola shifted toward the pole. "Cut it," Mark said. "With what?" Claire rummaged again. "Keys." "No," I said. "Wait." The wheel slipped a fraction of an inch, or maybe the gondola only swung. Either way, the line tightened harder. The safety bar rattled where the belt crossed it. "Cut it," Lena snapped. Claire handed me her keys. There was a tiny folding nail file on the ring, more decoration than tool. I saw it at the hoodie drawstring first because it was thinnest. My hands shook so badly I scraped my knuckle against the metal bar. Skin opened, not deep, but enough that blood slicked the file and made it harder to hold. "Come on," Mark said. "Come on." The drawstring frayed. The line popped free. The belts and cable whipped away into the dark, smacking against the frame below and disappearing somewhere beneath Emily's gondola. Our bucket rocked hard from the release. Claire grabbed the side. Lena grabbed me. Mark cursed through his teeth. Below, the bullhorn blared. "Stop lowering objects from the gondola. Stop lowering objects." The shame hit me hot and immediate. We had tried to help and made the ride move. Not much, maybe not at all in a way that mattered, but enough that every firefighter below had seen it, every trapped rider had felt it, and every part of my body knew the truth. Our solutions were now part of the danger. That revealed the second new fact. We could not improvise freely from the gondola. Every movement had consequences. Every clever idea could snag, swing, pull, or panic someone below. The trap tightened again. My knuckle bled steadily onto the back of my hand. Lena wrapped it in the receipt Claire had dropped, then pressed her palm over it. "Hold pressure. It's nothing. Then it won't hurt to hold pressure." I held pressure. Mark had stopped pretending about his shoulder. His right arm hung close to his body now, elbow tucked in, fingers flexing like he was checking they still worked. Claire's lips had gone pale. She kept looking down at the place where our makeshift line had vanished, as if we had thrown away more than belts and cable. "I'm sorry," she said. "No," told her. It was a good idea. It was. It was. It scared them. We're already scared. Mason coughed again below us. Less often now. That was not improvement. The misdirection came a few minutes later, when the fairground lights flashed on all at once. Not just the Ferris wheel. Everything. The game booths blazed back to life. The funhouse grin snapped red and green. The funnel cake trailer sign lit up yellow. The spinning swings across the midway jerked halfway through their dead rotation and stopped again. Music burst from 3 different speakers at once, overlapping into a warped carnival mess. Organ music, pop bass, an announcer's recorded laugh. For one wild second, I thought the ride had restarted by itself. A mechanical howl rose from below us. People screamed. The wheel began to move, not down, backward, just enough to change the balance, maybe 1 or 2 feet at the rim. But after being frozen so long, it felt like the whole structure had come loose. Our gondola pitched. Emily's gondola below swung out and back. Somewhere on the far side of the wheel, a woman screamed, "No, no." The lights flickered brighter. The music sped up, and I saw, absolutely saw, the midway below us emptying in a strange direction. Shadows running between booths, bodies vanishing behind dark trailers, red light sliding over faces that looked up, then away, then up again. For 1 second, the old horror of the title became real in my head. The carnival below just disappeared. Everyone gone. The world beneath us evacuated, erased, leaving us hanging over machinery that had decided to wake up wrong. Then a firefighter sprinted to the generator row and yanked something down. The lights died again. The music choked off. The wheel stopped. The mechanical howl faded into a generator winding down. The bullhorn crackled with the commander's voice, angrier now. "Cut power to the midway circuit. Keep it cut." A firefighter near the base shouted back. It backfed through the vendor line, backfed. Not ghosts, not vanishing crowds, not the carnival deciding to abandon us. Bad wiring, temporary power. A vendor generator tied into a circuit it should not have touched. Someone, trying to restore lights to help emergency crews, had energized part of the system and sent power into the ride controls while the brake assembly was open. The explanation came in pieces from below, shouted between firefighters and carnival workers, but the meaning was clear enough. The Ferris wheel wasn't just broken. It was unpredictably connected to everything around it. That was the 3rd new fact, and it was the worst one yet. Because if power could surge through the system once, it could happen again. If the controls could twitch with someone touching the wrong generator or breaker, the wheel might move while firefighters were climbing it, while the brake was exposed, while the ladder truck was positioning, while Mason's gondola swung below ours, with his mother holding him like she could squeeze breath back into him. The storm moved closer. Lightning flickered again behind the trees, brighter this time. A few seconds later came the first low roll of thunder. Not overhead, not yet, but near enough. Rain started as individual drops. Fat, warm drops that hit the gondola floor with tiny dark circles and tapped against the metal bar. One landed on my wrist, ran into the blood around my knuckle, and turned the receipt in Lena's hand pink. "Great," voice flat. The second fire truck arrived from the South Service gate with its air horn blaring. It was the ladder truck, huge and white and red, trying to nose past the livestock barn into the narrow lane behind the ride. But the lane was blocked by 2 vendor trucks and a closed metal livestock gate. Firefighters ran ahead, moving barriers and shouting at people to clear out. Someone had to find the drivers. Someone had to cut a lock. Everything took time. Emily called up, weaker now. "Is the ladder here?" "Yes," Lena shouted back. "It's here." That was technically true. It was not close enough. The commander moved beneath us with a radio pressed to his mouth. Rain shone on his helmet. He pointed from the ladder truck to the south side of the wheel, then to the smoking control panel on the north side, then drew a line in the air with his hand toward Emily's gondola. Firefighters began staging near the base with harnesses. Then the old maintenance man grabbed the commander's sleeve. He pointed not at the control panel, at the center hub of the wheel. The commander looked up. So did I at first. I didn't see it. Just spokes, bolts, rings of metal, the wheel's circular skeleton fading into rainy dark. Then lightning flickered, and I saw the cable. One of the thick drive cables or belts running near the central mechanism had jumped its track. It wasn't loose enough to fall, but it hung at a bad angle, rubbing against a metal guard every time the wind shifted the wheel. With each sway, it scraped, a dry, fibrous rasp, like someone dragging a heavy rope across concrete. I had heard a version of that sound in the warehouse once, right before a conveyor belt split and snapped hard enough to dent a steel panel. My mouth went dry. "Aaron," Lena said, "that cable is not seated right." Mark followed my gaze. "What does that mean?" "It means don't ask me that, Aaron. It means if the wheel moves wrong, something could snap." Claire made a small, involuntary noise. The commander must have got the same explanation from the maintenance man because his posture changed. He spoke rapidly into the radio, then waved 2 firefighters back from the base. The ladder truck's horn blared again. Still blocked. Rain thickened. Not a downpour yet, but steady enough that the metal floor became slick under our shoes. Claire shivered in her denim jacket. Lena's hair stuck to her forehead. Mark's jaw was clenched so hard I could see the muscle jumping in his cheek. My hand throbbed inside the damp receipt wrap. Mason was no longer crying. Emily was, quietly, trying not to shake him. The point of no return came without warning. A firefighter on the ground found Tom Hart, not alive or dead dramatic, just human and messy and late. He stumbled in from the direction of the parking field with mud on his jeans, one shoe untied, and a phone in his hand. He had been searching near the wrong gate, someone later said. Or he had been pushed back with the crowd. Or he had panicked and gone to the truck for the inhaler before realizing Emily had the backpack story backward. I still don't know. But when he saw Emily and Mason above him, he ran toward the ride base. 2 firefighters caught him before he crossed the barrier. "My son," he screamed. "That's my son," he fought them. Not like a villain, like a father. His shoulder hit one of the temporary fence panels. The fence tipped inward against the ride platform. A firefighter lunged to grab it. The old maintenance man stepped back. His boot slipped on wet metal. He fell against the exposed control housing. There was a flash, a hard white crack. The maintenance man collapsed onto the platform and rolled halfway down the steps before the operator caught him. The wheel lurched, not slipped, lurched. The brake released, or the cable jumped, or the backfed system found one last ugly path through wet metal and panic. I don't know. I only know the Ferris wheel moved backward a quarter turn in one brutal, grinding motion. Our gondola dropped from the top and swung out over the dark midway. Emily's gondola rose beside us. Mason's small face appeared level with mine for half a second, grayish in Claire's phone light, his mouth open as he fought for air. Then the wheel slammed to a stop. The impact threw all of us sideways. Mark cried out and folded around his injured shoulder. Claire hit the opposite bench and lost her phone. The light went skidding across the floor, spinning white circles over our shoes. Lena's head struck the metal side with a sound I felt in my teeth. Lena, she stayed upright, but her eyes went unfocused. Below, firefighters shouted over one another. The ladder truck, finally through the south gate, swung its outriggers down. The commander's bullhorn came up one more time, his voice raw now. All riders stay seated. Do not move. We are coming up. But the wheel was no longer positioned the way it had been. Our gondola, once near the top, now hung out over the midway side, beyond the clean reach of the ladder's first angle. Emily and Mason were higher than before. The base below was smoking harder. Rain was turning the platform slick, and the damaged cable at the hub now hung visibly off its track. There would be no gentle reset, no waiting quietly, no lowering us by carnival procedure. The machine had crossed from broken into unstable, and every person below seemed to understand it at the same time. Lena blinked at me, slow and confused. "Aaron," she whispered. Her hand came away from her temple wet. Not rain, blood. And above us, the loose cable gave one more rasp against the guard, longer than before, while the ladder truck began to rise. The loose cable made a sound I still hear when I'm half asleep. Not a snap. Not yet. A rasp. Long and dry and patient, like the wheel was clearing its throat before it decided what to do with us. Rain tapped on the gondola roof and ran in cold strings down the metal bars. The carnival below had become emergency, light and shadow. Red strobes washed over the wet midway, over the dead game booths, over the stuffed animals hanging by their plastic hooks, with their bright faces turned toward nothing. The ladder truck's boom rose from the south service lane, slow and heavy, its hydraulic joints whining through the rain. It was coming for us, but it was coming at the wrong angle. Our gondola no longer hung neatly above the base. When the wheel lurched backward, it had swung us out over the midway, above the dark space between the balloon dart booth and the funnel cake trailer. Emily and Mason's gondola sat higher and slightly to our left, closer to the wheel's outer rim. We could see them now through the spokes whenever the emergency lights swept over. Emily hunched over her son, one arm around his chest, her other hand braced against the side as their bucket swayed. Mason wasn't crying anymore. That scared me more than the screaming had. "Lena," I said. She blinked at me from inches away. Her pupils looked wrong in Claire's phone light, or maybe I was too scared to trust what I saw. Blood had run from her temple into her eyebrow and mixed with rainwater until one side of her face looked smeared. "I'm okay," she said. "You're not. I know where I am." Where? Ferris wheel fair. Worst date of Mark's life. Mark, pale and bent around his injured shoulder, gave something between a laugh and a groan. Second worst. Lena tried to smile and winced. Claire had retrieved her phone from the floor. The screen cracked now, but still lit. She held it up toward the ladder truck and toward Emily in turns, trying to give both the firefighters and the gondola above us a steady point in the dark. The commander's voice came through the bullhorn from below. "Gondola with red marker, listen carefully. We are bringing the ladder to you first. Do not stand. Do not open the door until instructed. Keep weight centered." The red marker. Lena's hoodie whipped from the outer rail, soaked and bright whenever the lights hit it. Mark looked up toward Emily and Mason. "They need to go first," Lena said. "Mason does." Claire raised her voice. "He's having an asthma attack," the commander answered. "We know. Ladder angle to their bucket is unsafe from current position. We reach you, then work across or reposition. Stay seated. Work across," Mark said. Nobody liked that phrase. Another rasp came from the hub. The cable shifted. The whole wheel trembled, not turning, just answering the strain. Every gondola moved a little. Ours swung. Emily swung worse because she was higher, more exposed to the wind. Mason's head lolled against her shoulder for a second, then jerked as he fought for breath. Emily screamed, "He's turning blue." That cut through everything. The bullhorn barked orders below. The ladder boom paused, adjusted, started rising again. At its end, 2 firefighters stood in the bucket, clipped in with harnesses. One held a medical bag. The other had a pike pole tucked along the rail and a coil of rope at his feet. The boom had to thread between the funhouse sign, the dead string lights, and the outer arc of the wheel without bumping the spokes. It moved too slowly. It moved carefully because careful was the only way not to kill us. "Can they reach Mason from us?" Claire asked. I looked at the distance between our gondola and Emily's. In daylight, on solid ground, it might have seemed like nothing. 10 feet, maybe 12. Across open air, with rain on the metal and a damaged wheel shifting under us. It was a canyon. "No," I said. Lena turned her head too fast and grimaced. "Maybe with the pike pole." "With what attached?" Mark asked. "The inhaler." Claire looked down at the firefighters below, then at the ladder bucket rising. "They have it in the medical bag. They have to get close enough." The ladder bucket came within 20 feet of us. Then the wheel shifted again. Just inches. Enough. The loose cable scraped and jumped against the guard. A metallic pop rang out from the hub. The ladder operator below stopped the boom immediately. The firefighters in the bucket froze, both hands gripping the rail. The commander shouted, "Hold position." The wheel swayed. Ours swung forward, then back. The ladder bucket was now close, but not close enough, maybe 8 feet away from our door. Too far to step. Too far to pass a person. Close enough to see the firefighter's face behind the rain on his helmet. "Do not reach," he shouted. I hadn't realized I had moved. Lena's fingers were locked around my sleeve. "I wasn't," I said. "You were. I was looking." You were doing that thing where looking becomes doing. The firefighter in the bucket lifted a hand. We're going to toss you a line. Clip it around your center post. Do not tie it to the door. Do not tie it to the safety bar. Center post only. Understand? Center post. I looked down between our feet. The gondola had a vertical support bar rising from the floor to the roof frame, bolted at both ends. Structural, not the door, not the outer rail. Understand? I shouted. The firefighter swung a rope with a carabiner at the end. Once, twice, he tossed. The wind took it. The carabiner hit the outer side of our gondola with a hard clack and dropped. The rope slid away, dangling into the space below us. Damn it, the firefighter muttered, loud enough to hear. He pulled it back. Another gust pushed rain into our faces. Claire flinched, but kept her phone light up. Mark's breathing had gone rough. His shoulder was worse than he wanted to admit. Lena leaned against me now, not for comfort, for balance. That scared me too. The firefighter tossed again. This time the carabiner came in low, skittered across the floor, and hit my boot. Got it, I yelled. Clip around the center post, he shouted. Gate locked. Then sit back. My bleeding hand didn't want to work. The receipt Lena had wrapped around it had turned to pulp. I tore it away with my teeth and tasted rain and paper and a little blood. The cut opened again. My fingers were slick. I fumbled the carabiner once, twice. Aaron, Lena said, steadying the rope with her good hand. I've got it. You don't. I've got it. She didn't argue. She just guided the rope around the center post while I worked the gate. That was Lena. She could call me an idiot and save my life in the same breath. The carabiner locked. I tugged it hard. Secured, I shouted. The rope went tight. Our gondola stopped swinging as much. Not completely, but less. The firefighter gave a thumbs up, then pointed to the door. When we say one person at a time, injured first, Mason first, Claire shouted. The firefighter's face twisted. We can't reach him yet. Emily screamed from above us, please. The firefighter in the bucket looked up at her, then back at us, then down at his commander. Decisions moved across his face. Rules, physics, weather, a child's airway. The second firefighter opened the medical bag and pulled out the blue inhaler. He held it up. Emily made a sobbing sound. The firefighter shouted, We're going to pass it to you. Red gondola, can you pass it up? No, Mark said instantly. Claire said, How? The firefighter grabbed the pike pole. It was long, maybe 6 or 8 feet, metal and fiberglass, with a hook at the end. He taped the inhaler to a small pouch, clipped the pouch to the pole's hook, and extended it toward us. Still short. Lean the pole, the other firefighter said. I am leaning the pole. The ladder bucket crept another foot closer. The commander below shouted something angry, but the firefighter kept extending. The pike pole tip hovered near our door, swaying. I reached without thinking. Do not unclip, the firefighter shouted. I'm not. I stretched my arm through the side gap under the safety bar, not far enough. My fingertips brushed the pouch and missed. The gondola rocked. Lena grabbed my belt. Again, I shouted. The firefighter shifted the pole higher. Claire, smaller and more flexible than me, slid down onto the wet floor. Hold my jacket. What? Mark said. Hold my jacket. She lay on her side across the bench and reached through the lower gap with her right arm. Mark caught the back of her denim jacket with his good hand and clenched his teeth so hard his jaw shook. Lena braced Mark. I held the center post with one hand and Claire's waistband with the other. The pike pole came in. Claire's fingers closed around the pouch. Got it. The firefighter let the pole drop away. Claire pulled the pouch into the gondola and ripped it open with her teeth. Blue inhaler, tiny plastic thing. Ridiculous how small it was. Now it had to get to Emily. Emily's gondola was above and left, separated by open air and a spoke. No ladder, no rope, no reach. The old failed line was gone. Our belts were gone. Claire's purse strap was gone. Lena's hoodie was tied outside. My shoelace, I said. Too short, Lena replied. Yours. One gone, one left. Mark S. His boots had thick laces. He looked at them, then at his bad shoulder. I can't bend, I'll do it. I dropped to the floor. The gondola floor was slick under my knees. My cut hand screamed when I pulled at Mark's lace, but I got it free. Then mine. Then Lena's remaining one. Claire handed me the strap from her hotel badge, still around her neck, and the lanyard snapped loose. We made another line, shorter than the first. But we weren't lowering to the ground now. We were throwing up. We need weight, Claire said. The pouch, Lena said. I tied the inhaler inside the small pouch, wrapped it twice with the lace, then tied that to the lanyard and Mark's bootlace. Ugly knots, wet knots, knots made by shaking hands. Emily watched us from above. I'm going to toss it, I shouted. Do not lean too far. I can catch it, she yelled. You can't drop Mason. I know. The firefighter in the ladder bucket shouted. Red gondola. Do not throw objects. Claire shouted back. It's the inhaler. That stopped him. The commander below said something into his radio. No one told us yes. No one told us no. Mason's breathing made the decision for us. It whistled through the rain. I wound the little line around my hand. My palm burned. I needed to throw the pouch high enough to clear the spoke, soft enough not to bounce out, close enough for Emily to catch. While sitting in a swinging gondola tied to a ladder bucket beside a damaged wheel in the rain, I missed the first throw. The pouch hit the side of Emily's gondola and dropped. The line jerked in my hand. I pulled it back fast, terrified it would snag again. It slid over the wet metal and came back to us. Emily made a sound that was almost animal. I'm sorry, I shouted. Again. Lena said, I know. Higher. I know. No, listen to me. Her voice was slurred at the edge, but her eyes locked on mine. You always aim where the thing is. Aim where it's going. That was warehouse truth. Moving belt. Moving package. Don't chase it. Lead it. Emily's gondola swung left, paused, came back right. I waited. My whole body wanted to rush. Fear wanted motion. Mason needed air. The firefighters were shouting. The cable rasped above us. Rain hit my face. Lena's blood ran down her cheek. Wait. Emily's gondola swung left. Paused, started back. I threw. The pouch rose in a wet little arc, crossed the spoke, and landed against Emily's chest. She trapped it with her forearm. I got it, she sobbed. 2 puffs, Claire shouted. Shake it, seal his mouth. Emily fumbled. The first puff missed. We all saw it, the little burst of medicine wasted in the rain, and nobody said a word. Second try. She pressed the inhaler to Mason's mouth and pushed. Mason coughed hard. Then again. then took a thin breath that still whistled, but sounded like air going in. Emily gave him another puff. The entire gondola seemed to exhale. Not safe, not solved, but alive. The firefighter in the bucket pointed at us. "Now we get you out." Then the cable snapped. Not all of it, not the whole wheel tearing free. A strand or belt section at the hub gave with a sharp crack that made everyone below duck. The wheel shifted backward again, only a few inches, but the movement yanked the stabilizing rope tied to our center post. The ladder bucket jerked. The firefighter closest to us slammed against his rail. Our gondola swung toward the ladder. For 1 second, the side of our bucket and the ladder bucket were close enough to touch. Then too close. "Brace," someone shouted. Metal hit metal. A hard, ringing impact. Our gondola bounced away, but the stabilizing rope held, twisting us at an angle. The door latch beside Claire popped halfway out of its catch. Not open, not closed. Claire stared at it. "Don't move," I said. Nobody moved. The latch trembled with each swing. The firefighter in the bucket recovered fast, one hand on his rail, the other reaching for a safety strap. "We have to transfer now." The commander below shouted, "Negative, hold." The firefighter shouted back, "Latch is compromised." That changed everything. Hold was no longer safer than move. The firefighter clipped a second line from the ladder bucket to our center post, then threw over a short tether with a harness loop. "One at a time," he yelled. "Clip the belt around your chest and under your arms. We pull you to the bucket." "Injured first." "Lena," I said. "No, Claire first." "Lena, I'm conscious. You're bleeding from the head." "And Claire is closest to the bad latch." Claire did not argue. She was staring at the latch like it might open if she breathed too hard. Mark tried to help with the harness loop and hissed in pain. "Stop," Claire said. "Use your left hand." They got the loop around her under her arms. The firefighter tightened the line. "On my count, you slide to the door. We open, you step across. Do not jump." The word door made my throat close. The firefighter reached from the bucket with a hooked tool and caught our door from outside. I lifted the latch from inside with 2 fingers. It gave too easily. The door opened 4 inches. Rain blew in. Open air waited below. Claire made one small sound. "You're okay," Lena said. "Look at him, not down." Claire looked at the firefighter. He extended both hands. 1, 2, 3. Claire moved, not gracefully, not like a movie. She half slid, half fell toward the gap, one knee banging the door frame. The firefighter caught her under the arms. Another pulled the tether. Her shoe slipped on the wet threshold. For a breath, she was between us and the ladder, suspended over red lights and black gravel. Then she was in the bucket. She collapsed to her knees and covered her face. Mark next. He protested for 3 seconds because that is what men do when pain is obvious and useless pride is the last thing they can control. Then his bad shoulder bumped the door frame, and he made a sound so raw Lena turned away. The firefighters dragged him into the bucket by his harness, careful but not gentle. There was no time for gentle. "Lena," I said. She shook her head. "You, no. Aaron, no." Her eyes sharpened through the days. "Do not make this a brother thing. You have a head injury. And you have to help me clip in because my fingers aren't working right." That stopped me. Her hands were shaking badly now, not fear shaking, injury shaking. I got the harness loop around her, under her arms, across her chest. Tight, she leaned close. "You did good. Don't talk like that. I'm not dying, idiot." Then stop sounding meaningful. She smiled with one corner of her mouth. "Fine. You still owe me $200. The firefighters pulled her across. Halfway over, the wheel shifted again. The door swung wider. The bad latch scraped. Lena's foot slipped. I grabbed her ankle. For 1 second, I had her. Then the tether caught, and the firefighter hauled her into the bucket so hard she landed against Claire. Lena cried out once, then went limp against the bucket floor. "Lena, she's in," the firefighter shouted. "She's in." My turn. Except the gondola moved. Second stabilizing line went slack, then snapped tight. One of the knots around the center post slipped upward. The door banged against its hinge. The loose cable above rasped again, lower, uglier. The ladder bucket was full. Claire, Mark, Lena, 2 firefighters. No room. The firefighter looked at me. Then at Emily and Mason above us. Then back. He knew. I knew. They had to take them down and come back. "I'll wait," I shouted before he could say it. The firefighter's face tightened. "We'll be back. Go." The ladder bucket withdrew with my sister in it. The door of my gondola hung partly open. The carnival below had reappeared in pieces. Firefighters, hoses, rain, red lights, smoke, people behind barriers. Tom Hart on his knees with 2 responders holding him back. It had not vanished. It had never vanished. But as the ladder carried Lena away from me, it felt like the ground was leaving again. I pulled the door shut with both hands. The latch wouldn't seat. I used my belt. No, my belt was gone. I laughed once, stupidly. Then I used the torn remains of Lena's hoodie drawstring still tied around the bar. I wrapped it through the latch bracket, through the door frame, knotted it with my bleeding hand until the fabric bit into my skin. Above me, Emily called, "Aaron." "I'm here." Mason's breathing. "Good, thank you." The wheel groaned. The ladder truck lowered Lena, Mark, and Claire toward the ground. Paramedics moved in before the bucket even stopped. Then the ladder started rising again. Not toward me. Toward Emily and Mason. Of course, Mason had to go next. That was right. That was unbearable. The ladder bucket reached them. The firefighters worked faster now, more desperate. Emily passed Mason first, sobbing as the firefighter clipped the small harness around him. Mason's body looked too light in the rain, too easy to lift. He made it into the bucket. Emily followed. The ladder pulled away. The wheel shifted again. My gondola dipped. The hoodie knot at the door stretched. I pressed my back against the opposite side and both feet against the door like I could hold the machine together by being afraid hard enough. The cable above gave a final loud crack. The wheel dropped another few inches and stopped with a grinding shriek. Then nothing moved. No music. No wind for one brief second. Just rain and the sound of my own breathing. The ladder came back for me. When the firefighter opened my door, the hoodie knot had to be cut free with a rescue knife. My legs didn't work right at first. I told them I could step. I could not. My knees folded the moment I crossed into the ladder bucket, and the firefighter caught me by the back of my shirt before I cracked my chin on the rail. The ride did not collapse. The cable did not finish tearing loose. No one fell. That was the victory, if you want to call it that. By the time the bucket lowered me to the ground, my sister was on a stretcher with a cervical collar around her neck. Mark sat beside an ambulance with his arms strapped to his chest. Claire was wrapped in a foil blanket and crying without sound, and Emily Hart held an oxygen mask to Mason's face while Tom knelt beside them, one hand on his son's shoe. I stepped onto the gravel, actual ground. My legs buckled anyway. A firefighter eased me down before I hit hard. Behind us, the Ferris wheel stood black against the storm-lit sky, empty gondolas swinging in the rain. Lena's red hoodie still hanging torn from the bar near the top, like a warning flag nobody had taken down. The conflict was over. We were down. But when the wind moved through the wheel and the loose cable rasped one last time, every person on that midway looked up. Not because we were still in danger, because part of us had not come down yet. The first ordinary thing I saw after they got me down was a crushed paper tray of funnel cake. It sat in the wet gravel near the ambulance, half collapsed under the rain, powdered sugar dissolving into gray paste. A plastic fork stuck out of it at an angle. Somebody had dropped it when the lights went out or when the first sirens came in, and now firefighters were stepping around it like it mattered, like even in the middle of hoses, radios, stretchers, and a Ferris wheel with a torn cable hanging from its hub, there was still such a thing as trash you didn't want on your boot. I remember staring at that funnel cake longer than I stared at the ambulances. Maybe because my mind could understand it. Wet sugar, paper tray, fork, not the rest. Not Lena strapped to a stretcher with rainwater running off the clear plastic sheet they had pulled over her. Not Mark sitting on the open tailgate of an ambulance, one arm held tight against his chest, while a paramedic cut through the sleeve of his gray t-shirt. Not Claire wrapped in a foil blanket, barefoot, because one of her shoes had come off during the ladder transfer, and nobody had found it yet. Not the Ferris wheel behind us, empty now. All those dark gondolas moving a little in the wind. A firefighter guided me to a folding chair under a pop-up canopy beside the first ambulance. He was younger than I expected, maybe 25, rain dripping from the edge of his helmet. "Sit," he said. "I'm fine." He looked at my legs, which were shaking so hard the wet gravel clicked under my boots. "Sit anyway," I sat. The moment I did, my body seemed to realize it had permission to come apart. My hands started trembling. My cut knuckle burned. My knees bounced. I tried to stop them by pressing my palms down on my thighs, but that only made the shaking move up into my shoulders. The firefighter crouched in front of me. Name, Aaron Miles. Age, 31. Any chest pain, trouble breathing? No. Hit your head? No. Lose consciousness? No. He shined a penlight in my eyes anyway. I flinched like he had swung at me. "Sorry," he said. "I'm okay." "Nobody is asking you to be." That shut me up. Across the lane, 2 firefighters were still working near the base of the Ferris wheel. The smoke had thinned after they killed the power completely and hit the control housing with an extinguisher. The smell had changed from hot metal to chemical foam and wet electrical insulation, sharp enough to coat the back of my throat. The ride operator sat on the curb by the dark balloon dart booth with his elbows on his knees and both hands locked behind his head. The girl from the ticket booth stood near him, crying into a phone. A deputy sheriff was talking to the old maintenance man, who was upright now but pale, a blanket around his shoulders and a bandage on one hand. He kept looking at the wheel as if it might start moving again just because nobody was watching it closely enough. I understood that. Even on the ground, I kept checking it. The paramedic wrapped gauze around my hand. When the pressure hit the cut, I hissed. "Sorry," she said without sounding sorry. "You scraped it pretty good." Receipt paper wasn't sterile. That made her glance at me. Surprisingly, no. Her name tag said Patel. She had rain beaded on her eyelashes and mud on one knee. "You'll need a tetanus update if you're not current," she said, "and I want you checked for shock. I need to see my sister. You can when they're done assessing her." She hit her head. "I know." She was confused. "I know. I should, Aaron." She said my name like she had used it with 100 stubborn people before me. "Your sister is with a medic. You are with me. Let people do the job they're standing in front of." That was fair. Annoying, but fair. I looked toward Lena again. Her eyes were open now. A paramedic was asking her questions while another held gauze to her temple. She answered slowly, but she answered. Mark had moved closer to her ambulance, despite his own medic telling him to stay put. He stood with his injured arm strapped across his body, soaked hair plastered to his forehead, hovering uselessly and sincerely. Lena saw him. "You look terrible," she said, his face crumpled with relief. "You're flirting already, that's good. I have a head wound. My standards are temporarily low." He laughed once, then wiped at his face with his good hand, pretending it was rain. Claire sat beside a deputy, giving a statement. She had one bare foot tucked under the foil blanket, and one sock blackened with wet gravel. Her voice was steady until she got to the part about grabbing the inhaler pouch from the pike pole. Then she stopped speaking and pressed her knuckles against her mouth. The deputy waited. No one hurried her. A few yards away, Emily Hart sat inside the back of another ambulance with Mason on her lap. He had an oxygen mask over his face, the elastic strap pulling his damp hair flat against his head. He looked tiny under the ambulance light, his cheeks blotchy from crying and lack of air, but his eyes were open. Tom knelt on the ambulance floor in front of them, one hand on Mason's sneaker, the other gripping Emily's knee like he was afraid they would float away if he let go. Emily looked up and saw me. For a second, neither of us knew what to do with that. Then she mouthed, "Thank you." I nodded once. It felt too small for what had happened and too large for what I could handle. Police moved through the midway with flashlights, photographing the control panel, the generator row, the temporary fencing, the South Service gate where the ladder truck had scraped mud into deep ruts. A county inspector arrived in a white SUV about 20 minutes later, wearing a rain jacket over office clothes and carrying a clipboard in a plastic sleeve. He spoke to the incident commander first, then to the carnival manager, a red-faced man in a polo shirt who kept saying, "We passed inspection," in a voice that got thinner every time. I heard pieces, not enough to make a whole picture. Temporary power, unauthorized vendor tie-in. Manual brake access blocked by storage crates. Drive belt wear. Last inspection date. Weather shutdown policy. At one point, the inspector said, "Nobody touches this ride until the state sees it," and the carnival manager stopped talking. That sentence stayed with me. Nobody touches this ride, as if it were an animal that might bite again. Around 10:30 p.m., they loaded Lena into the ambulance for the hospital. She had a concussion, maybe not a severe one, but enough that nobody was letting her walk away. They wanted Mark checked too, because his shoulder might have been dislocated or separated, and because he had gone pale and sweaty once the adrenaline wore off. Claire refused an ambulance at first, then agreed when her hands wouldn't stop tingling, and Patel told her panic could still do damage even after the danger was over. I rode with Lena. She argued, of course, you should get checked too. I am getting checked. At the same hospital. You know what I mean. I do. You're doing the thing. What thing? Pretending you're escorting me so nobody notices you're scared. The ambulance doors were open then, rain blowing in around the edges. Red light moved over her face, catching the dried blood near her hairline. I looked down at my bandaged hand. I'm not pretending that well. No, she said, you're really not. The paramedic in the ambulance smiled without looking up from her paperwork. On the ride to the hospital, the roads looked offensively normal. Wet traffic lights, gas stations, a pizza place still open with 2 teenagers under the awning sharing a vape, houses with porch lights on, cars passing us and pulling aside. The siren wasn't running because Lena was stable, so we moved through South Park and toward Pittsburgh with only the ambulance's engine noise and the soft thump of rain on the roof. Lena closed her eyes. Don't sleep, the paramedic said. I'm resting my personality. Keep it awake. Lena opened one eye. Aaron entertained me. With what? Tell me something normal. I thought about it. We still owe for parking. She smiled faintly. That's terrible. You asked for normal. Do better. Darnell texted me 6 times. Forklift Darnell. Yeah. What did he say? I checked my phone. The battery was at 9%. The screen was smeared with rain and blood from earlier. He says, bro, answer me. Then I called cops. Then do not climb. Then why would you climb anyway? Then I'm coming there. Then never mind, cops won't let me in. Lena breathed out through her nose, almost a laugh. You should buy Darnell something. I'll buy him 2 somethings. You should also call Mom before she lands. She's flying back. I texted her from the ambulance. I stared at her. She opened both eyes. What? You texted Mom? I had a head injury. My judgment was compromised. Lena, she would have found out, in Florida. She owns Facebook emotionally. That was true. At the hospital, everything became fluorescent. The fair's darkness had been wet and enormous. The emergency room was too bright, too clean, and somehow worse for it. Nurses took Lena behind a curtain. They took Mark 2 rooms over. They checked my hand, my blood pressure, my pupils, my ribs, because I had a bruise blooming there from the safety bar and didn't remember hitting it. Claire arrived 20 minutes after us, wrapped in a hospital blanket now, her bare foot cleaned and bandaged where gravel had cut the sole. Mason went to the pediatric side. Emily stayed with him. Tom sat in the hallway with his elbows on his knees, staring at the floor. Once, when a nurse asked him his son's birth date, he got the year wrong. and Emily corrected him from behind the curtain without raising her voice. Nobody blamed him out loud. That was its own kind of mercy. The police came for statements around midnight. A woman detective named Harris took mine in a small consultation room that smelled like coffee and disinfectant. She was calm in the way people are calm when they have already seen enough chaos for one night. "Start from when you boarded the ride," she said. So I did, the music cutting out. The lights, the first stop, the failed calls, Darnell, Mason, the sparks, the backfeed, the line we lowered and shouldn't have, the inhaler, the cable, the latch. When I got to the part where the firefighter had to leave me alone in the gondola to take the others down, I stopped. Detective Harris didn't fill the silence. She just waited. Outside the room, somebody laughed too loudly at a nurse's station. A normal laugh, a tired one. It made the room feel smaller. "He made the right call," I said, "the firefighter." "Yeah, I'm not here to judge that. I know, I'm saying he did." "Okay, I just want that in there." She wrote something down. A few hours later, a doctor told us Lena's scan was clear. Concussion, scalp laceration, bruising. Wake her every few hours. No driving. Watch for vomiting, confusion, worsening headache. Mark's shoulder was separated, but not broken. Claire was dehydrated, scraped up, and badly shaken. Mason responded well to treatment. They wanted to observe him, but he was breathing on his own by then, asleep with a dinosaur sticker on his hospital gown. No one died. That sentence should have felt like an ending. It didn't. By dawn, the storm had passed. The hospital windows showed a pale gray morning over the parking lot, puddles shining between cars. Lena slept in a recliner with her head bandaged. Mark slept upright beside her, his arm immobilized, mouth slightly open. Claire had called her husband and cried so quietly I pretended not to hear. I sat near the vending machines with coffee I hadn't tasted, watching local news footage on a muted TV mounted in the corner. They showed the Ferris wheel from a distance. In daylight, it looked smaller. That bothered me. The news helicopter shot made the whole thing seem manageable. A ride at a county fair, emergency vehicles parked around it, workers in hard hats standing near the base. The ladder truck still extended halfway as inspectors walked the site. Yellow tape circled the area. Lena's red hoodie was gone from the gondola by then. Someone had removed it, or it had torn free in the storm. The headline under the footage said, "Mechanical failure, AT County Fair leaves riders stranded." That was accurate. It was also not enough. In the days that followed, the official language got smoother. The ride was closed pending investigation. The carnival company was cooperating. Preliminary findings suggested a combination of mechanical wear, improper temporary electrical connection, and emergency access obstructions. The county said the ride had passed a visual inspection earlier that week, but that deeper mechanical inspection records were being reviewed. The vendor whose generator caused the backfeed said they had followed instructions from carnival staff. Carnival staff said the vendor had tied in without permission. Everyone had a sentence ready. Nobody had a clean answer. Lena stayed with me for 3 nights because Mark's apartment had stairs and my place didn't. That was the official reason. The real reason was that neither of us wanted to sleep alone, and neither of us wanted to say it that plainly. She woke up twice the first night asking why the music had stopped. I woke up sitting on the edge of the couch with my hands clamped around nothing. Mark came over with his arm in a sling and carried takeout one-handed like he was delivering tribute. Claire texted us from Cleveland after she got home. Just 3 words at first. Made it back. Then, a day later, a photo of one shoe. Found this in my rental car somehow. Not mine. None of us knew what to say to that, so Lena sent back, "Keep it." Haunted souvenir. We were joking. Mostly. Emily sent a message through the fire department because she didn't have our numbers. A thank you note. A photo of Mason giving a thumbs up from a hospital bed, oxygen tube gone, hair sticking up on one side. I looked at that picture longer than I should have. Then I saved it and never opened it again. 2 weeks later, I drove back to the fairgrounds. I didn't tell Lena. The carnival was gone. Not vanished. Gone in the ordinary way carnivals go. Trailers hauled out, tire tracks dried in the mud, grass flattened in rectangles where booths had stood. A few scraps remained near the fence. A zip tie, a torn wristband, a soggy plush tag. The livestock barn was locked. The South Service gate had a new chain on it. The Ferris wheel was gone too. Only 4 square patches of crushed gravel marked where the supports had been. I stood there with my truck keys in my hand and listened. Traffic on the road. A crow somewhere near the trees. Wind moving through the empty fencing. No organ music. No generator hum. No laughter rising up from below. I should have felt better. Instead, I found something in the gravel near where the wheel space had been. A piece of red fabric. Small, weather stiff, torn at the edge. Lena's hoodie, probably. Or not. Plenty of things at a carnival are red. Tickets, flags, jackets, cheap prizes. I picked it up anyway and turned it over in my fingers. There was a black grease mark across it. I put it in my pocket before I could decide not to. That night, I called Darnell and told him I'd cover his Sunday shift if he still wanted it. He laughed and said, "Man, you almost died and you're offering overtime." "I owe you," I said. "Yeah, you do. But not that." I went back to work the next week. Conveyor belts, cutters, rollers, machines I understood better than people, which used to comfort me. Now every new scrape of rubber over metal made my spine tighten. I reported 2 loose guards and 1 bad emergency stop button in the first hour of my first shift back. My supervisor asked if I was going to be like that all night. I said yes. He didn't argue. Lena healed, mostly. She still got headaches when the weather changed. Mark needed physical therapy and made dramatic noises about resistance bands. Claire sent a Christmas card, even though it was September when she wrote it, because she said waiting for December felt presumptuous now. Emily sent 1 more photo of Mason at a soccer game, inhaler clipped to his belt in a blue case. Life did what life does. It resumed without asking permission. A few months later, I took my mother to Kennywood when she came back up for a visit. Not for the rides, just to walk around, eat fries, let her pretend she wasn't watching me every time we passed anything taller than a concession stand. Near sunset, we stopped by the Ferris wheel. It turned slowly against a pink sky, every gondola full of people who had no reason to think about cables, brakes, generator lines, access gates, inspection reports, or how far away the ground can feel when help is right below you and still can't reach. My mother said, "You don't have to." I know. I didn't ride it. That sounds like failure if you say it wrong. It was. I stood there and listened to the motor. I watched it make 3 full rotations. I watched the operator stop it, load a family, check the latch, nod, and step back. I made myself notice all the ordinary things too. A kid dropping popcorn, a teenager laughing too hard, grease smoke from the fry stand, my mother's hand brushing my sleeve once, not grabbing, just there. Then I walked away. On the drive home, Lena called. "You alive?" she asked. "Currently." "Did you ride?" "No." "Good, good." "Yeah," she said. "You don't have to climb back into the thing that hurt you just to prove it hurt you less." I didn't answer for a while. The road hummed under the tires. When we stopped at a light, I reached into my jacket pocket for my phone and found the little piece of red fabric still there, folded into the seam where I had forgotten it. I almost threw it out the window. Instead, I held it until the light changed. Behind us, far across the park, the Ferris wheel kept turning in the evening, steady and bright and ordinary. And even from that distance, with the windows up and the radio low, I thought I heard 3 notes of music repeat. Just 3. Then nothing. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I rented a cabin in the woods. The trees are closer. Every morning is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first thing I noticed was the porch step. Not the cabin, not the woods, not the little triangle of lake you could see through the pines if you stood on the gravel drive and leaned left. The step. It had been straight when we unloaded the car. I remembered because my suitcase wheels had caught on the lip, and I'd sworn under my breath while my sister laughed and told me I packed like a man fleeing prosecution. Now, at 6:18 the next morning, with fog sitting low between the trees and the coffee maker coughing behind me in the kitchen, that same step was crooked by maybe 2 inches. Not collapsed, not broken, just shifted. The left side had sunk into the damp dirt, and a fresh scrape marked the outer edge where the wood had dragged across a buried stone. A little worm of pale soil curled beside it. I stood there in my socks, holding the mug I hadn't filled yet, listening to the tiny tick of cooling boards under my feet and the far-off knock of a woodpecker. The whole thing was perfectly explainable. Old cabin, wet ground, bad carpentry. That part of northern Maine had been getting rain all week. Still, I didn't like how the step seemed to point, just slightly, toward the trees. My name is Owen Keller. I'm 32 male from Portland, Maine, and I work as a claims adjuster for an insurance company. which means I spend a lot of time listening to people describe the worst day of their life in practical terms. Square footage, vehicle speed, water height, estimated replacement cost. It has made me good at sounding calm and bad at actually being calm. I tend to look for the mundane explanation first, then the expensive one, then the one that means somebody lied. My private flaw, if we're naming it, is that I'd rather make a situation fit a spreadsheet than admit I'm afraid of it. That weekend, I had rented the cabin because my younger sister needed a reset, and because I'd been promising her one for months. The place sat outside Rangeley, Maine, down a private dirt road off Route 16, tucked in a pocket of spruce and birch on the edge of a small, unnamed pond the rental listing kept calling Mirror Lake. Though it was not Mirror Lake, and did not appear on any map as anything but a blue smudge. The cabin was advertised as rustic, but updated, which meant Wi-Fi that worked if you stood near the kitchen window. A pellet stove with an instruction sheet laminated by someone who did not trust guests, and a composting toilet that made all of us speak more respectfully about indoor plumbing. The trees started about 20 feet from the porch, tall spruce mostly, with a few white birches leaning among them like pale arms. The ground beneath them was soft with needles and brown leaves. Yesterday, when we arrived, there had been a clear ring of open space around the cabin, just wide enough to feel intentional. A yard, almost. Now, in the fog, that yard looked smaller. I told myself that was because fog makes distances slippery. Behind me, the kettle clicked off. "Tell me that's coffee, and not the toilet fan dying," Lee said. Lee Keller, 28, female, my sister, also from Portland, appeared in the kitchen doorway wearing an oversized Bowden sweatshirt, leggings, and the expression of someone who had slept badly, but was determined not to admit it. She had cut her hair short after her divorce and pretended it was for convenience, though I'd seen her touch the back of her neck when she was nervous, like she was still surprised there was nothing there. She worked as an elementary school art teacher. She was better with people than I was, quicker to laugh, quicker to forgive, and lately quicker to flinch when her phone buzzed. "It's coffee," I said. "Great. Then why are you standing like you found a dead animal?" I glanced back at the porch step. This was straight yesterday. Lee came over, bare feet, whispering across the old plank floor. She leaned around me and looked. The fog breathed against the screen door, carrying the wet, metallic smell of the lake and the clean rot of soaked leaves. "Old step," she said. "That's what I said. You didn't say anything." I said it internally. She reached past me, pushed open the screen door, and stepped outside before I could tell her to put shoes on. The boards creaked under her feet. One of the porch wind chimes, made from bent spoons and fishing line, clinked once, though I didn't feel any wind. Lee crouched by the step. "The ground's mushy. Careful. It's mud, Owen, not lava." She pressed the edge of the step with 2 fingers. It rocked. A thin line of water squeezed out from under it. "See," she said. The earth moved. Very dramatic. "Call the governor." I wanted to smile. I almost did. Then I looked past her shoulder at the tree line. There was a red survey ribbon tied to a skinny birch at the edge of the woods. It had been 10 feet deeper yesterday. I knew that because I had noticed it when we arrived. It had caught the afternoon sun, bright as a wound against all that green, and I'd thought about how even the wilderness came with property boundaries and human clutter. Now, it hung close enough that Lee could have reached it in 5 steps. Again, explainable. Memory is bad. Angles change. Fog compresses everything. I handle enough accident reports to know people are terrible witnesses, especially to distance. But I also knew I parked the Subaru facing the porch with its bumper just off the gravel pad. Yesterday, the nearest spruce had been beyond the passenger side by a comfortable gap. This morning, its lowest branches hovered over the hood, dripping steadily onto the windshield. Tick, tick, tick. Lee followed my gaze. What? Nothing. She stood and wiped her fingers on her sweatshirt. You're doing that thing. What thing? The thing where you look constipated, but intellectually. Before I could answer, the loft ladder creaked inside, followed by a groan, and the soft thud of someone bumping their head on a beam. Marta Zielinski, 31, female, from Chicago, came down from the sleeping loft with one hand pressed to her forehead and the other gripping the rail. Marta was Lee's best friend from college, a freelance product photographer who had the practical, unsentimental energy of someone who could make a broken zipper work with a paperclip and contempt. He had driven up from Boston, where she was temporarily staying with her girlfriend, and had brought 2 cameras, 3 lenses, and a duffel bag that smelled faintly of cedar chips. This house was designed by a person who hated skulls, Marta said. The cabin moved, Lee told her. Marta stopped on the ladder. I'm sorry, the step moved, I said. That is less exciting. Also, Owen thinks the trees are being weird. I don't think that. Lee looked at me. You were staring. I stare professionally. Marta came to the door and peered outside. She had a small purple mark forming near her hairline. Honestly, everything looks weird before coffee. That is a legal principle. Thank you, Lee said. Marta squinted toward the Subaru. Did you park under that tree? No. Then, why is your car under that tree? No one said anything for a second. The coffee maker gave one last wet gasp. From the back bedroom, Daniel Whitcomb, 34, male, from Bristol, England, called. If that was breakfast, I decline. Daniel was Marta's girlfriend's older brother, which made him the least connected member of the group, and somehow the most relaxed about it. He worked as a travel nurse in Boston and had joined us because he had 3 days off, an appetite for American road trips, and the kind of soft-spoken cheer that made strangers tell him medical information in grocery lines. He came out in a wrinkled t-shirt, scratching his beard, and paused when he saw the 3 of us at the door. Are we admiring mist? He asked. Possibly moving trees, Marta said. Daniel nodded like this was a normal vacation activity. Lovely. Lee gave him a mug. Do not encourage him. I encourage all men to share feelings about trees. They're not feelings, I said. They're claims, Lee said. He's filing against the forest. Daniel stepped onto the porch in hiking socks and took a slow look around. He didn't joke again right away, which I noticed. He looked at the step, then the Subaru, then the closest spruce. Ground's very wet, he said. That's what I said, Lee replied. Daniel walked down into the yard, careful on the crooked step, and stopped near the car. The spruce branches touched the passenger mirror. When he lifted one branch, water shook loose onto his sleeve. "I suppose this could just be sagging," he said. "Branches get heavy," Marta said. "Rain, fog." "Sure." I checked my phone. One bar of LTE flickered, disappeared, came back as an E. The Wi-Fi network, PINEHAVEN guest, showed connected, but with no internet. I opened the rental app anyway. It spun and spun. The tiny circle became irritatingly personal. "Maybe the host mentioned drainage," I said. "I'm going to check the listing." Lee gave me a look over the rim of her mug. "You're going to read the cabin manual because a tree is wet." "I'm going to read the cabin manual because the step shifted overnight, and I don't want one of us breaking an ankle." That part was true. Mostly. The laminated binder sat on the kitchen table beside a bowl of fake fruit and a stack of brochures for kayaking, moose tour, and a local diner that promised world-famous blueberry pancakes in a font that suggested legal trouble if challenged. I flipped past pellet stove instructions, trash pickup rules, warnings about black bears, warnings about ticks, warnings about not putting bacon grease down the sink, and a cheerful page titled "Enjoying the Outdoors Safely." Lee leaned over my shoulder. Her hair smelled like the peppermint shampoo she always used when she was trying to feel like herself. "Any section on migratory pines?" she asked. "No." Shocking. There was a property map printed near the back. Not a survey exactly, more of a hand-drawn layout. Cabin, driveway, pond trail, fire pit, outhouse backup, which I did not appreciate knowing existed. A dotted line marked old logging path avoid after rain. Along the cabin's north side, the drawing showed a wide clearing between the porch and trees. I held the binder flat. Marta noticed my face. "What?" I tapped the map. "This clearing is supposed to be wider." "It's a cartoon map," Lee said. "It's not to scale." "Exactly. But it shows the fire pit left of the porch." I looked out the window. "Where's the fire pit?" The others turned. Through the kitchen glass, the clearing sloped toward the pond in a wash of gray light. The picnic table sat where we'd left it, dark with moisture. Beyond it, a scatter of wet leaves, ferns, and low brush. No fire pit. Yesterday evening, we had stood around that fire pit for 10 minutes arguing about whether the stacked wood was too damp to bother with. Marta had taken a picture of Lee pretending to summon flame with both hands. Daniel had found a half-burned marshmallow stick and used it to point at constellations none of us could see because the clouds had rolled in. The fire pit had been there, a ring of stones, black ash inside, split logs under a tarp nearby. Now the tarp was still there, blue and sagging, but it sat tight against the first row of spruces, its corner pinned under a root. The stones were gone, or covered, or somewhere in the brush. "That's odd," Daniel said. Lee set her mug down too hard. Coffee jumped the rim and spotted the table. "Maybe we're looking from a different angle." "Lee, what?" I kept my voice gentle. "We're in the kitchen, same window." She didn't answer. She looked at her phone instead. Her thumb moved fast, unlocking, checking messages, locking it again when nothing loaded. The little muscle in her jaw tightened. Marta put on boots and went outside with her camera before anyone discussed it. That was Marta's way. Document first, panic later, preferably never. She photographed the porch step, the car, the tree line, the tarp, and the muddy stretch where the fire pit should have been. The shutter clicked in small, clean bursts that made everything feel slightly more official. Daniel found a tape measure in a kitchen drawer, which told me the cabin owner had either dealt with practical repairs or guests who liked proving points. He measured from the porch post to the nearest spruce. 12 feet, 4 inches, he called. That doesn't mean anything unless we measured yesterday, Lee said. No, but it gives us a baseline now. I wrote it down on the back of a kayaking brochure. Lee watched me do it, and something in her face softened into worry. Owen, don't turn this into a case. I'm not. You are literally taking notes. So tomorrow we can prove it didn't change. The sentence landed wrong. Tomorrow, all of us looked toward the trees. The fog had started to thin. Sunlight pressed weakly through it, turning every droplet on every needle into a dull bead. Somewhere deeper in the woods, a branch cracked. Not a dramatic crack, just the ordinary snap of wet wood giving way under weight. Then another, closer. Lee stepped back from the window. Daniel said, could be a deer. Marta lowered her camera. Or a moose. A moose would be louder, I said, then regretted sounding certain about an animal I had mostly seen on caution signs. The woods settled. No birds for a few seconds. Then chickadees started up again in quick little bursts, like nothing had happened. We spent the next hour trying to make the morning normal. Marta cooked eggs in a pan that bowed in the middle. Daniel repaired the porch step with 2 flat stones and a scrap of cedar he found under the sink. Lee made a playlist on her phone and pretended not to care when it stopped every time the signal dropped. I checked the road twice. The first time, I walked just far enough down the driveway to see the bend. It looked the way it had yesterday. 2 muddy tire tracks, grass growing between them, alder bushes crowding the sides. The Subaru's tracks from our arrival were still stamped into the mud. The second time, after breakfast, I noticed a fresh fallen branch across one rut. Thin, green inside where it had broken, too small to block a car, but placed in a way that made me imagine tires bumping over it in the dark. I moved it aside. My shoes sank half an inch into the mud. When I pulled my right foot free, something pale flashed near the sole. I bent down and picked up a strip of plastic, dirt smeared and brittle. A piece of a trail marker, maybe. White background, black lettering, only 3 letters left. N-O-R could have been from north, could have been from anything. I put it in my pocket without telling anyone. That was another flaw of mine. I withhold small things until I can explain them. It feels responsible in the moment. Later, it usually looks like lying. By noon, the cabin had warmed enough that the windows fogged at the corners. The smell of eggs gave way to damp wool, coffee grounds, and pellet stove dust. We sat around the table with the property map between us and tried to decide what to do with the day we had supposedly come here to enjoy. There's a pond trail, Daniel said. Short loop. Half-mile maybe. After rain, Lee asked. Manual says avoid the logging path after rain, not the pond trail. Marta tapped her camera. Good light now. Mist, wet bark, tragic vacation energy. I looked at the trees pressing close to the porch. Maybe we should drive into town first, get signal, ask the host about the property line. Lee stared at me. Ask the host if the forest moved. Ask if there's erosion, drainage, recent tree fall. And then what? Spend our one weekend away in a diner while you email a stranger pictures of mud. There was more heat in her voice than the question needed. Daniel suddenly became very interested in washing his mug. Marta looked between us. I knew what Lee was really saying. She had not come all this way to let unease make the decisions. Her ex-husband had done that to her in 100 quiet ways, turning every outing into a calculation of what might go wrong, who might be watching, what people might think, how much it would cost, how long she'd be gone. She had told me she wanted trees, water, and one weekend where nobody managed her mood. And here I was, managing. Okay, I said, pond trail. Lee blinked, surprised I'd given in. But we measure again before we go, I added. She groaned. Just the porch to the spruce. Then when we get back, we measure again. If it's the same, I shut up about it. And if it's different, Marta asked. Nobody answered right away. Daniel dried his hands on a towel. If it's different, we drive into town before dark. That sounded reasonable, adult, boring in the way safety often is. The kind of plan you make before things turn complicated. Outside, the wind chime clicked once, then again. 3 bent spoons touching each other in the damp air. We stepped onto the porch together. Daniel held the tape measure. Marta had her camera. Lee zipped her jacket to her chin and gave me a look that said she was trying, but she was not happy about it. The repaired step held under my weight. The nearest spruce stood dark and wet at the edge of the clearing, branches low, trunk ridged with old sap. Daniel hooked the tape to the porch post and walked it out while I watched the numbers unspool. 12 feet, he said. I frowned. It was 12.4. Maybe I angled it wrong before. Measure from the same post. I am. Marta came closer, camera hanging from her neck. Lee folded her arms. Daniel crouched and checked the tape. 12 feet even, 4 inches. Not much, less than the length of my hand. Mud could shift. The tape could sag. People misread things. I knew all the arguments because they lined up in my head immediately, eager and neat. Then Lee said, very quietly, "Let's do the pond trail." I looked at her. She was staring at the woods, not me. The choice sat there between us. Pack into the car and drive toward town while it was still light, or take the short, marked trail around the pond and prove to ourselves that the cabin, the clearing, the step, the trees, everything was just old ground and bad weather and nerves. Marta lifted her camera and took one photo of the spruce. The shutter sounded too sharp in the wet morning. Lee started down the porch steps first. Daniel followed. Marta went after them, glancing back at me once, as if to make sure I wasn't going to retreat into the cabin and start calling authorities over 4 inches of tape measure. I locked the door, even though there was no reason to. Then I followed them toward the pond trail with the broken piece of marker in my pocket, and the trees close enough now that their dripping branches brushed our shoulders as we passed. The pond trail was supposed to be half a mile. That was printed in the cabin binder in a cheerful handwritten font beside a little drawing of a loon. Half a mile, easy grade, blue blazes, loops back to rear porch. Wear sturdy shoes after rain. We had sturdy shoes. We had daylight. We had 4 adults with phones, water bottles, and the kind of nervous joking that passes for confidence when no one wants to be the person who says out loud that a vacation has started to feel wrong. The trailhead began behind the cabin, where the grass thinned into mud and pine needles. A rectangle of weathered wood was nailed to a birch at shoulder height. The words "Pond Loop" burned into it with a cheap soldering pen. A blue paint mark striped the next tree. Beyond that, the path curved down between the spruces toward the water. It looked ordinary enough to make me feel stupid. Lee walked ahead with her hood up, hands in her jacket pockets, moving fast like she could outrun my anxiety if she put enough distance between us. Marta lagged behind to photograph mushrooms and the silver beads of water on spiderwebs. Daniel took the middle, checking the ground before each step with calm, nurse-like patience. I tried not to stare at every tree. The woods made small sounds around us, drips off needles, branches ticking softly against other branches, the wet suction of mud under boots. Somewhere near the pond, frogs made a dull wooden clucking sound, like someone tapping 2 spoons together in a drawer. "See," Lee called back. "Trail, trees, normal vacation stuff. Very scenic," Daniel said, mildly damp, strong notes of moss. Marta crouched by a rotting stump. "If anybody steps on this mushroom, I'll make it look like an accident." Lee turned and walked backward. "You hear that, Owen? Human threat. Very grounded. Ease face forward before you trip." She gave me a salute, then immediately slipped on a wet root and caught herself against a birch. None of us laughed for a second. Then she did, too loudly. "Fine," she said, one point to the forest. The trail dipped toward the pond, and the cabin disappeared behind us within 2 minutes. That surprised me more than it should have. The woods were dense, yes, but not wilderness in the way people imagine from horror movies. We were outside rangily, not deep in Alaska. There were roads, camps, snowmobile trails, utility cuts, vacation homes with kayaks stacked under tarps. Still, once the cabin was gone, it felt gone. The trees closed behind us in wet green layers. I kept checking my phone. No service. Wi-Fi gone, obviously. I opened the compass app. It spun, hesitated, then pointed north toward the pond, which made no sense because the map in the cabin showed the pond south of the porch. I turned in place. The arrow twitched, drifted, corrected itself. "What are you doing?" Daniel asked. "Trying to see if my compass is working." "Is it? It's acting drunk." "Mine too," Marta said from behind us. "But my phone has been dramatic since I dropped it in soup." Lee stopped by the waterline. "Guys." The pond spread out in front of us, dark and still under the thinning fog. It was smaller than it had looked from the cabin, with grass and drowned sticks along the edge. Across the water, spruce trunks reflected in uneven stripes. A single red canoe lay upside down on the opposite bank. Beside Lee, partly buried in mud, was a ring of stones blackened with ash. The fire pit. Nobody moved toward it at first. It sat at the edge of the trail like it had always belonged there, packed with wet gray ash, 2 charred log ends lying inside. Next to it was a melted marshmallow stick, the tip black and bubbled. Marta said, "No." Lee folded her arms tight. "Maybe there are 2 fire pits." "There was one on the map," I said. "Maps can be incomplete. Marta photographed it last night." Marta had already pulled her camera up. Her fingers moved over the buttons, quick and sharp. She found the image and held the screen out. There was Lee from the previous evening, both hands raised over the fire pit in mock ceremony. Behind her, the cabin porch was visible. The wind chime was visible. The blue tarp of firewood sat to the left. Marta lowered the camera and looked at the ring of stones in front of us. No cabin behind it, no porch, just pond and trees. Daniel rubbed the back of his neck. Someone could have moved it. Lee stared at him. The whole ring, its stones, not a building. And the ash, the logs. I'm not saying it's likely. But you're saying it so Owen doesn't. That landed harder than she intended. Daniel looked down. Marta looked away. I felt heat rise in my face. Not anger exactly, more the embarrassing awareness of being predictable. "I'm not trying to ruin the weekend," I said. Lee's expression shifted. "I know, do you?" She sighed and glanced toward the pond. "I know you're scared. I'm not. You're doing math at the woods, Owen." Marta gave a small, unwilling laugh. It broke the pressure for half a second. Then something buzzed in Lee's pocket, her phone. She pulled it out so fast the sleeve of her jacket caught on her wrist. One bar had appeared, then vanished, then appeared again. A message banner sat on the lock screen. "Unknown number, are you at the cabin?" Lee's face went flat, not frightened, not confused, flat. I knew that look. It was the one she used when a restaurant was too crowded, when a man behind us in line raised his voice, when a car parked outside her apartment for longer than it should. A shutting down look, an internal door being bolted. "Lee," I said carefully. "Who is that?" "No one." "That is not a no one text." She locked the phone. Marta stepped closer. "Is it Chris?" Lee didn't answer. Chris was her ex-husband. 31, male, from New Hampshire, though he'd been living in Portland when they split. He was the kind of man who never yelled in public and never left bruises where a sleeve wouldn't hide them, which meant too many people called him intense or particular instead of what he was. The divorce had been final for 8 months. The restraining order had been discussed, but never filed, partly because Lee hated paperwork that made fear official, and partly because Chris had learned to stay just inside the lines. I put my hand out. "Let me see." "No, Lee," I said. "No." Daniel's voice stayed gentle. "Has he contacted you recently?" Her mouth twisted. "Define recently." Marta muttered, "Jesus." Another buzz. This time we all heard it. Lee looked at the screen but didn't unlock it. "Unknown number. You should leave before dark." A very practical part of my brain lit up. Signal meant connection. Connection meant we could call, text, document, leave. The rest of me looked past Lee into the trees. "Marta," I said, "take a picture of the screen." Lee pulled the phone away. "Don't. We need a record." "I don't want a record of him." "That's exactly why we need one." She stared at me, and for a second, I was not her brother anymore. I was another man telling her what the rational thing was. Another person trying to convert her fear into instructions. I lowered my voice. "Sorry, I'm sorry. But if that's Chris, he knows we're here." "He doesn't," she said too quickly. "Did you tell him?" "No." "Did you post anything?" "No, No, I'm not an idiot. I didn't say you did with your face. Daniel held up one hand. Let's get back to the cabin, sorted there. We're not far. The time-sensitive part arrived quietly, as these things often do. A weather alert slid across my phone screen. It loaded in pieces, gray text appearing between service drops. Flash flood watch Franklin County heavy rain. Expected after 4 p.m. Avoid low water crossings and unmaintained ROADS. It was 12:46. Our private dirt road crossed a shallow wash about a mile back toward Route 16. Yesterday, it had been a trickle over flat stones. I remember joking that it was Maine's smallest river. If heavy rain came through and that wash rose, the Subaru might not get out until morning. Maybe longer if the road softened or a tree came down. I showed Daniel. His expression changed in a way I didn't like. Not panic, assessment. We need to leave before that, he said. Lee hugged herself. Leave. At least get into town, I said. Signal, people, paved road. Marta glanced at the fire pit. And away from whatever this is. Lee's phone buzzed again. She looked this time. Unknown number, don't take the road. A small sound came from her throat. She pressed her hand over her mouth. That message turned the whole day narrow. Before, we had weird measurements and missing stones. Now we had a person who knew where we were, knew Lee's number, or had found a way to reach it, and was either warning us or hurting us. Both options made the skin along my arms tighten under my jacket. Screenshot it, I said. Lee didn't argue this time. Her fingers shook enough that she mistyped the passcode twice. Marta photographed the screen anyway. Daniel looked up the trail. Back, now. We moved faster returning, and the path felt different, though I know fear changes terrain. The same roots became traps. The same branches became hands against our sleeves. Lee stayed close to Marta, her phone clenched in one fist. Daniel walked behind them, and I took the rear because some stupid older brother part of me insisted that the danger, if it came, should reach me first. A blue blaze appeared on a spruce ahead. Then another. Then the trail forked. It had not forked on the way down. At least, I had not noticed it. The left path climbed slightly. The right path stayed level, curving through wet ferns. Both had blue marks. Both looked used enough to be plausible. On the left, a boot print had filled with water. On the right, a broken twig showed pale wood. Map? Daniel asked. I pulled the folded property map from my pocket. It had softened from damp and sweat. The pond loop was drawn as a simple oval. No fork. Left, Lee said. Why left? Because uphill means cabin. Maybe, Daniel said. Marta looked behind us. Or we follow our footprints back. The mud was a mess. Our prints crossed and smeared with older tracks, deer, maybe raccoon, one deep boot tread with a squared heel that none of us had. I crouched near it. Fresh. Water had not filled it yet. Guys, I said. Lee made a tight noise. Please don't. It's a boot print. People hike. On a private cabin trail. Owners, neighbors, the host, hunters. She was arguing with me, but her eyes kept moving through the trees. Daniel bent beside me. Not ours. No. Marta said, could be from whoever moved the fire pit. No one appreciated that sentence. Then the rain started. Not a gentle first sprinkle, A hard patter through the canopy, drops striking leaves and jackets and the camera lens. The forest sound changed all at once, swelling into thousands of little impacts. The pond behind us blurred gray. The mud darkened. "We need to choose," Daniel said. I looked at the compass again. Useless. The arrow drifted. I looked at the map. Useless in a different way. Left uphill, right level. Lee's face had gone pale under the hood. She whispered, "I can't be stuck here with him." There it was. The private fear no longer private. Not the trees, not the road. Chris, my flaw answered hers. I wanted to take over, decide, solve, make the call. Put everyone into categories: safe, unsafe, action item, evidence. Instead, I asked, "What do you need?" She stared at me like the question was in another language. "What do you need right now?" I repeated. "To leave." Then we leave. Left. We took the uphill fork. For 10 minutes, it felt right. The ground rose. The trees thinned slightly. I saw, through branches, a pale shape that might have been the cabin wall. Lee saw it too and started moving faster. Then the pale shape became a birch trunk stripped of bark. The trail ended at the old logging path. I knew it because of the sign. Avoid after rain. The words were carved into a board nailed between two spruces, water running down the letters. Beyond it, the path widened into 2 ruts filled with brown water, sloping away into deeper woods. It did not lead to the cabin, or if it did so by a route the map did not show. Daniel looked back the way we had come. We turn around. A branch snapped somewhere behind us. This one was not small. Lee grabbed Marta's sleeve. Marta lifted her camera like it was a weapon, which would have been funny in any other moment. Rain struck the leaves in waves. The woods beyond the fork were a shifting wall of wet green and gray. I heard something else under the rain. Metal. A soft clink repeated, like the spoon chime on the porch. No, like a chain tapping wood. Daniel's eyes met mine. "Move," he said. We turned back, but the trail behind us no longer looked like a trail. Rain had flattened the ferns. Water ran downhill through our footprints. The blue blazes were still there, but too many of them. One on the left, one on the right, deeper between 2 trunks where no trail went at all. Marta whispered, "Someone painted extras." That was worse than moving trees, because that needed hands, time, intention. Lee's phone buzzed again. She made a strangled sound and nearly dropped it. I caught her wrist, not hard, but she flinched anyway, and I let go immediately. "Sorry," I said. She opened the message. "Unknown number, roads already blocked. Take the logging path." Marta said, "Absolutely not." Daniel said, "They know where we are." I looked at the old logging path. The ruts were filling. Water moved along them in steady brown ropes. If the warning was true, the road out was blocked. If it was false, someone wanted us away from the cabin and deeper into the woods. Lee started breathing too fast. Marta put an arm around her shoulders. "Hey," Marta said, "look at me, not the phone, me." "I didn't tell him," Lee said. "I swear I didn't tell him. I know. I didn't. I know." The rain hardened until the trees hissed. We had maybe 3 hours before the worst of the storm, if the alert was accurate. Maybe less. The car was at the cabin. The cabin was somewhere behind us. A private road that might flood was our only vehicle route out. Someone with Lee's number was messaging us in real time, pushing us toward or away from choices, and the trail markers had been tampered with. I forced myself to think like a claims adjuster because panic had no tools. Concrete problem: get back to the cabin, verify the road, leave before the wash flooded. Obstacles: bad signal, false trail markers, active rain, possible human interference. Lee nearing panic, Marta's camera gear slowing her down, Daniel's comm beginning to wear thin at the edges. Evidence: boot print, missing fire pit, extra blazes, unknown texts, metal clink. I checked my phone again and saw one bar. Call 911, I said. Lee looked at me. What? Call now. Say we're lost on private property near Rain Jelly, possible harassment, storm coming, road may flood. She dialed with shaking fingers. The call connected. For 2 seconds, there was nothing but rain and static. Then a woman's voice, thin and clipped. 911, what is your emergency? Lee sobbed once, from relief more than fear. We're at a cabin outside Rangeley, and I think someone is, the call crackled. The dispatcher said, Ma'am, I need your location. Lee looked at me. I gave her the cabin address from the rental confirmation, reading off my phone as the screen flickered between service and no service. The dispatcher caught part of it. Repeat the road name, I repeated louder. Static chewed through the line. The woman said, Are you in immediate danger? A sound came from the logging path. Not a branch this time. An engine, low, rough, struggling in wet ruts. All 4 of us turned. Somewhere down the old path, hidden by rain and trees, headlights flashed once between trunks. Yellow-white, then gone. The engine revved, slipped, caught again. The dispatcher's voice thinned. Ma'am, are you still there? Lee whispered. There's a vehicle. Then the call dropped. For 1 second, no one moved. The engine grew louder. Daniel grabbed the map from my hand. Cabin now. We do not take that path. Marta pulled Lee with her. Back downhill. But the markers, Lee said. Forget markers, Daniel said. We follow water downhill to the pond, then trace the shore back. It was a good plan. Better than mine. Grounded, physical. Water led somewhere real. We started moving. Then my phone buzzed. I looked despite myself. Unknown number, too late, ahead of us, through the trees in the direction we thought led back to the pond. Someone blew a whistle. One short blast. Then another. Not a bird, not wind. A person. Daniel stopped so suddenly Marta bumped into him. Behind us, the engine crawled closer along the logging path. Ahead, the whistle came again, patient and sharp through the rain. We were boxed between 2 human sounds in woods that no longer matched the map. And the only route that still looked open was the flooded logging path leading deeper in. The whistle came again from downhill. One sharp note, then a second, shorter one, like an answer to itself. Rain hammered the leaves so hard that every surface seemed to be speaking at once. The logging path behind us had become a brown channel cut between the trees, 2 ruts shining with water. Somewhere down that path, the engine labored closer, hidden by a bend and the thick screen of spruce. Ahead, in the direction of the pond, whoever had the whistle waited. For a few seconds, nobody moved. That was the worst part. 4 adults in rain jackets and hiking boots, standing in a Maine forest like children who had lost the trail at summer camp. Then Daniel said, Left. What? Lee's voice was thin. Not downhill, not logging path. We cut left, contour around the slope, and try to pick up the cabin from the west side. Marta wiped rain from her face with her sleeve. You know where west is? Daniel pointed through the trees. Pond's down there. Logging path runs roughly north-south. Cabin should be up and left of the pond if the map is even half true. If, I said. He looked at me. Have you got a better idea? I didn't. That annoyed me enough that I almost argued anyway. The engine revved behind us, closer now, tires churning wet earth. Lee stared toward the sound, her mouth slightly open, like she was listening for a voice under it. I knew she was thinking of Chris. I was too. Not because it made sense for him to be out here with a truck on a logging path in Franklin County, but because fear does not ask for jurisdiction. Left, I said. Single file. Stay close. That was our first attempt. Cut across the slope, avoid both human sounds, find the cabin by geography instead of trail markers. It worked for maybe 7 minutes. Daniel led. Marta followed with one hand gripping Lee's sleeve. I brought up the rear, glancing back so often I walked into branches. The ground angled beneath us, slick with old needles and new rain. Every few steps, one of us slid sideways and caught a trunk. The spruces grew close here, their lower limbs dead and stiff, clawing at our jackets. Birch leaves slapped wet against my cheeks. Mud sucked at my boots with a soft, obscene sound. Watch the roots, Daniel called. Everything is roots, Marta snapped. Lee was breathing hard, not from exertion only. Her breaths came too high, too fast, and every time a branch cracked under someone's foot, her shoulders jerked. Lee, I said, look at Marta's backpack. What? Just keep your eyes on the orange zipper. Follow that, she did. It helped for about 30 seconds. Then she checked her phone. No signal, she said. Good, Marta said. Then he can't text. That's not how it feels. I wanted to tell her feelings were not evidence. I didn't. For once, I didn't. The woods sloped down on our right toward the pond. We could glimpse the water through the trees, a dull pewter strip below us. Uphill on our left, the land rose toward what should have been the cabin clearing. If we kept the water to our right and climbed gradually, we should have hit the back of the property. Should have. Instead, we found a fence. It appeared out of the rain in fragments, rusted wire stapled to leaning cedar posts, half swallowed by moss and blowdon. It ran across our path from uphill to downhill, disappearing into ferns both ways. Not a tall fence, waist high. Old livestock fence, maybe. The kind you see around abandoned camps or long-gone property lines. Daniel stopped before it. This isn't on the map. Of course it isn't, Marta said. I touched the wire. Cold. Rust flaked onto my fingers. Some of it had been cut recently. The break was clean and bright underneath, twisted back to make a narrow opening. Someone came through here, I said. Or the owner made it, Lee said, but her voice had no conviction. Marta lifted her camera and took 3 photos. The flash popped once, harsh and white in the dark woods. A scream tore through the trees. Lee made a sound like she'd been hit and dropped into a crouch. Marta swore and grabbed her. Daniel spun toward the pond. I nearly lost my footing, one hand shooting out to the rusted wire. A barb caught my palm and opened a shallow line across the skin. The scream came again. High, human, close. Then a crash in the brush below us. Marta whispered, "No, no, no." Daniel held up a hand. "Wait." "What do you mean, wait?" Lee hissed. Another crash, leaves shaking. Something gray-brown burst through the ferns 10 yards downhill, legs flailing, head low. A deer, a young doe, slick with rain, eyes wide and rolling. It hit the old fence, bounced back, scrambled, then found the cut opening, and shot through so fast its hooves sprayed mud onto Daniel's pants. It vanished uphill behind us, snapping twigs as it went. For a second, we only listened to it flee. Then Daniel let out a breath. Misdirection solved. Marta laughed once, a broken little sound. Lee stayed crouched, arms over her head. I looked at my palm. Blood diluted pink in the rain and ran down my wrist. "You're bleeding," Lee said. "It's nothing." "Don't do that." "What?" "Don't say it's nothing when it's something." She was right. It was small, but it hurt. A thin, burning line across the base of my thumb. Daniel took my hand without asking, inspected it, then pulled a small packet of antiseptic and a bandage from his jacket pocket, because of course he had first aid on him. "Shallow," he said. "Clean when we're back. Tetanus current." "Yes, you sure?" "Claims adjuster. I believe in paperwork." He wrapped it quickly. The deer had broken the spell, but not the situation. The vehicle was no longer audible. The whistle had stopped. The rain kept getting harder. Water ran down the slope in threads, then ribbons. The cut in the fence waited in front of us like an invitation. "We go through?" Marta asked. Daniel looked uphill. "Fence may mark another property, but if it runs around the cabin, following it could lead us there." That was the partial success of our first attempt. We avoided whoever was on the trail, found evidence of recent passage, and gained a line to follow. It also tightened the trap. Someone else had used that cut. Recently, we passed through one at a time. My jacket snagged and tore at the sleeve. Lee's boot slipped as she stepped over the bottom wire, and she caught herself on Marta, breathing through clenched teeth. "Sorry," she said. "Stop apologizing to mud," Marta said. On the far side, the land changed. Less spruce, more young birch and alder, all of it crowded together in wet gray stems. The ground was uneven, hummocks of moss hiding holes between roots. We followed the fence uphill for another 10 minutes, and every minute made the cabin feel more imaginary. Then Daniel stopped. Ahead of us, tied to a cedar post, was a red survey ribbon, the same red as the one near the cabin, or close enough. Beneath it, half buried in mud, was a broken white plastic sign. I crouched and wiped it clean. North property line, no trespassing, only the left half remained. My hand went to my pocket. I pulled out the broken strip I had found near the driveway. NOR it matched. Marta stared. "That came from here, or one like it," I said. Lee looked at the sign, then at the fence. Why would part of it be near the cabin? No one answered. A practical explanation existed. Storm debris, animals, prior guests, the owner dragging brush around. But all of them were starting to pile up in a way that made ordinary explanations feel like loose boards laid over a hole. Daniel took the map from his jacket and unfolded it under his chin to shield it from rain. "If this is the north property line, the cabin should be south of us." "Which way is south?" Marta asked. "Downhill and right, roughly." "That's back toward the whistle. Maybe not the same spot." Lee gave a short, humorless laugh. Great. We'll approach the creepy whistle from a fresh angle. That was when we heard the engine again. Not behind us, below and to the right. The sound rose from near the pond, low and grinding. Then it stopped. A truck door slammed. The sound was unmistakable even through rain. Lee grabbed my arm. A man shouted something, too muffled to understand. Another voice answered. At least 2 people. We crouched without discussing it. The fence, the birches, the rain, all of it became cover. Through the trees downhill, I saw a smear of movement. Dark jacket, flash of orange, maybe a rain hood, maybe a hunting vest. Marta lifted her camera. I pushed it down gently. No flash. She nodded, face tight. The voices came closer, then angled away toward the logging path. One of them laughed, not a movie villain laugh. A tired, annoyed bark, like somebody whose boot had filled with water. I caught words in pieces. Washed out, she said 4. Phone, S useless. Then they were gone under the rain. Lee whispered, "Was that Chris?" "I don't know. You know his voice." "Not from 50 yards through rain." She closed her eyes. Here was where my flaw came back strong. I wanted to decide the voices were searchers or trespassers, or the cabin host or Chris and an accomplice. Any box would have been easier than not knowing. But the fragments didn't fit cleanly. Washed out. She said 4. Phone's useless. 4 what? 4 people. 4 o'clock. 4 inches. Daniel's face had changed again. We should signal them. Marta stared at him. Are you insane? If they're locals or wardens, they can get us out. If they're the ones messing with the trails, we hand ourselves over. They might be looking for us because of the 911 call. They might be why we made the call. The argument was quiet and vicious because all of us knew both sides had weight. Lee shook her head. No, we don't go to them. I looked at her. If it's rescue, it's not rescue. They knew about us before we called. The text started before. Lee, no. It was the clearest she had sounded all day. So we made our second attempt, used the fence and the broken property sign to orient south, circle around the voices, and return to the cabin without revealing ourselves. This one failed worse. We moved downhill and right, keeping low, trying to step where leaves were thickest. The rain blurred distance. The pond kept appearing in slices, then disappearing. Twice we crossed shallow drainage cuts that had become little streams, ankle deep and fast. The second one knocked Marta's foot sideways, and she went down hard on one knee. Her camera hit a rock. The sound was small, plastic, and metal, but Marta's face crumpled like she'd been slapped. No, she whispered. Daniel helped her up. Her jeans were torn at the knee, blood mixing with mud. The camera lens had cracked in a spiderweb pattern. I'm fine, she said immediately, though she was. Took her face in both hands. You're not fine. It's a knee. It's your knee. It's not load-bearing emotionally. Please don't joke. Marta blinked rain out of her eyes. I don't know what else to do. Daniel checked the cut. It's messy but not deep. You can walk. She tested it and winced. Yes, slower now, much slower. The woods opened into a small clearing of flattened grass and stumps. For one dizzy second, I thought we'd found the cabin yard. Then I saw the objects scattered near the center. Beer cans, a blue tarp, a coil of orange rope, cigarette butts pressed into mud, A folding chair collapsed on its side, a plastic bucket half full of rainwater, and nailed to a tree at the far edge, a trail camera. Marta saw it too. "That's not ours." Daniel crossed to it, careful. "Don't touch it." The camera was camouflaged plastic, strapped with a nylon belt around a spruce trunk, angled toward the clearing. A little black eye under a rain hood. Below it, the bark had fresh scratches where the strap had been tightened recently. I looked around the clearing again, and the shape of it shifted in my mind. Not a campsite, a watch point. From here, through a narrow cut in the trees, you could see part of the cabin roof. There it was, gray metal roof, just visible uphill through the rain. Much closer than I expected, maybe 200 yards away. Relief came so hard it almost made me stupid. "There," I said. Lee made a choking sound. "Oh, thank God." Then Marta pointed to the ground under the tarp. The blue tarp was the firewood tarp from the cabin. I recognized the tier in one corner. Under it lay the ring stones from the fire pit, stacked deliberately in a rough pile, black ash smeared across the plastic. Not moved by trees, not by rain, by people. Next to the stones was a small can of blue spray paint, same color as the trail blazes. Nobody spoke for a while. Rain popped on the tarp. A fly crawled over the rim of the bucket, slow from the cold. Daniel finally said, "We go to the cabin." Now, Marta limped after him. Lee stayed close to me, almost touching. I could feel her shaking through the space between us. We climbed toward the roofline, using the cut through the trees. The cabin appeared piece by piece: chimney pipe, kitchen window, porch rail, spoon chime trembling in the rain. Then the Subaru. My Subaru sat in the driveway exactly where I'd left it, except the hood was up. The driver's door hung open. One tire, the front passenger, sagged flat into the mud. For a second, my brain refused to process it. The car was safety. The car was road, town, people, fluorescent gas station lights, cell service, a deputy taking notes. Seeing it wounded like that made the whole clearing tilt. I ran the last 20 yards. "Owen," Daniel shouted. I stopped before touching anything. The tire had been cut, not punctured by a nail, not softened by a leak. Cut. A clean sidewall slash about 3 inches long. Under the hood, the battery was gone, just gone. The cables dangled like loose tendons. Marta limped up behind me and whispered, "Oh, come on." Lee stood in the rain staring at the open driver's door. Her face had gone blank again. I checked the cabin door, still locked. The porch step was crooked despite Daniel's repair. The wind chime clinked in the rain. Beyond the porch, the nearest spruce was close enough that its branches scraped the cabin siding with a dry, needling sound beneath the wet. Inside, through the kitchen window, I saw the binder still on the table, and beside it, something that had not been there when we left. A folded piece of paper, white, centered carefully on the table. "Someone's inside," Lee said. "No," Daniel said, but not with confidence. I unlocked the door with hands that barely worked. We entered fast but careful, Daniel grabbing the fireplace poker from beside the pellet stove, Marta holding a kitchen knife, me with nothing but my bandaged hand and the stupid rental key between my fingers. The cabin was empty, small enough to check in under a minute. Kitchen, under beds. No one in the closet. Back window latched. Bathroom window cracked open 2 inches. Screen slit neatly along the bottom. Daniel closed it and locked it. I picked up the paper from the table. It was a printed screenshot. A photo of Lee from last night, standing by the fire pit with her hands raised, laughing. On the bottom, in black marker, someone had written, "You brought her back here." Lee made a sound I had never heard from her before. Marta took the paper from my hand and turned it over. Nothing on the back. "Back," Daniel said quietly. Lee shook her head. "I've never been here. Are you sure?" I asked and regretted it as soon as the words left my mouth. She looked at me like I had opened a door under her feet. "I'm sure," she said. "I didn't mean, yes, you did." The room tightened around us. Then, from outside, a horn honked. Once, not the Subaru, its battery was gone. A deeper horn down the driveway beyond the bend. All of us froze. The horn sounded again. 2 short blasts. Marta went to the side window and looked through the curtain. "Truck. What kind?" Daniel asked. "I can't see. Dark, maybe pickup. It's blocking the driveway." Lee backed away from the window. "No," I went to the kitchen window. Through rain and branches, I saw headlights glowing at the bend in the private road, where the driveway narrowed between alders. The truck sat sideways enough that no vehicle could pass even if ours worked. A figure stood near it in a yellow rain jacket. Too far for a face. The figure lifted one arm and waved. Friendly, almost casual. My phone buzzed on the table. Unknown number. Open the door before the water rises. Outside, past the truck, the private road sloped toward the wash that would be filling by the minute. Behind the cabin, the pond trail and logging path were compromised. Our car was disabled. The cabin had been entered. The road out was physically blocked by a person who knew we were inside. Then the power went out. The refrigerator clicked off. The pellet stove fan died. The cabin settled into the rain sound and our breathing. A second later, water began to drip through the ceiling near the loft ladder. Slow at first, then steady. Daniel looked up. Roof leak. But the drip wasn't the problem. The problem was the smell that came with it. Gasoline, sharp and unmistakable, threading through damp wood and coffee grounds and fear. Marta whispered, "Nobody touched the stove." Lee was crying now, silently, one hand over her mouth. I looked from the folded screenshot to the dead car, to the blocked driveway, to the darkening woods pressing tight against the windows. There was no driving out, no waiting comfortably, no pretending this was weather and bad memory. We had crossed the line without knowing where it was, and now retreat had been cut off from every direction. The gasoline drip hit the floor in a steady rhythm. Tick, 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 not loud, not dramatic, just liquid tapping old pine boards beside the loft ladder, each drop spreading into a glossy dark spot that caught the gray light from the kitchen window. For a second, none of us moved. That was what fear did when it got too practical. It stopped being a shadow in the trees and became a list of things that could kill you in the next 5 minutes. Gasoline, pellet stove, dead power, but hot metal, a blocked driveway, a truck outside, a man waving in the rain like he'd come to borrow sugar. Marta whispered, "Out, we need to get out." Daniel had already crossed to the pellet stove. He didn't touch the body of it. He crouched and checked the side panel, his face tight. Fans off, but the burn pot may still be hot. Can it ignite fumes? I asked. Yes. That one word did more than any scream could have. Lee backed toward the table, hands pressed against her ears. The printed photo lay under the edge of the cabin binder. Her face in the picture was laughing. The real Lee looked smaller than she had all weekend. I can't, she said. I can't go out there. We can't stay in here, Marta said. Another drip hit the floor. Daniel grabbed a towel from the oven handle and shoved it under the leak, then immediately cursed. No, that just soaks it up. He kicked the towel away from the stove. I forced myself to look at the room like a crime scene. Exits, hazards, tools, distance. The front door opened to the porch and the blocked driveway. Bathroom window was too small. Bedroom window faced the trees, but it opened. Kitchen window stuck from paint, according to Lee, who had tried it last night when she burned toast. Outside, the horn sounded again. One long blast. Lee flinched so hard her hip hit the table. A voice called from the driveway. Male, muffled by rain. Need to talk, not Chris's voice. I knew that instantly, and somehow it did not help. The accent was local. Flat vowels. Older, maybe, he shouted again. Cabin's not safe. Marta barked a laugh that had no humor in it. Yeah, no kidding. Daniel grabbed his pack from beside the door. Bedroom window. We exit back, move to the pond, keep the cabin between us and him. The trees are too close, Lee said. That was when the phrase stopped being a spooky title in my head and became a tactic. The trees had been made closer, not literally moving. Cut branches dragged in. Saplings bent and tied. Trail markers shifted. Fire pit stones relocated. Brush placed near the car. Survey ribbon tied nearer to the house. A yard narrowed by human hands until memory had to fight geography. A person had turned the clearing into a trap and let us argue with our own senses. I looked up at the ceiling. The gasoline wasn't coming through a leak from the roof. It was dripping through a small hole bored between the loft boards near the ladder. Someone had poured it upstairs. The loft. Marta, I said, camera. What? The trail camera. Did you see a brand? Anything? She stared at me like I'd asked about weather. Then her eyes sharpened. Cheap camo 1. SD card panel on the bottom. Why? Because whoever did this likes recording. Daniel looked toward the loft. So did I. The access ladder stood 6 feet from the gasoline drip. The loft above was where Marta had slept. Low ceiling, mattress, storage boxes, blankets, and maybe a container. Maybe evidence. Maybe the thing that would tell us who was outside. Another drip. Daniel said, no. We need to know what's up there. We need oxygen and distance. He's blocking the driveway. He knows the cabin is unsafe because he made it unsafe. If we climb out back blind, he follows us into the woods he prepared. Lee whispered, Owen, there it was, my flaw dressed up as logic. I wanted one more piece of evidence before acting, one more fact, one more box checked. Then the smell got stronger. My eyes watered. Daniel pulled his shirt over his nose. 30 seconds. No more. I climbed. My bandaged hand screamed when I gripped the rung. The gasoline smell thickened near the loft. My head bumped the low beam. The mattress was shoved aside. Beside it sat a red plastic gas can, tipped on its side. its spout wedged into a drilled hole between floorboards. Not spilled. Placed. Beside the can was a phone power bank, a cheap prepaid phone, and Marta's missing lens cap. And tucked under the beam, blinking faintly red, a small black camera aimed down at the main room. I snatched the phone and camera. Skin shifted. Careful, Daniel snapped. I grabbed the handle with my good hand and pulled it upright. Fuel sloshed. Some ran over my wrist. It burned cold against my skin. The front door below rattled, not a knock, a shoulder test. Lee screamed. "Open up," the man outside shouted. "You don't understand," Marta yelled back. "Then explain from there." A second voice came from farther down the driveway. Younger, angry. "Just get her out." Her. Lee made a sound and folded in on herself. I came down the ladder too fast, missed the last rung, and landed badly. Pain shot through my ankle. I stayed upright because Daniel caught me by the jacket. 30 seconds, he said. I got it. The front door rattled again. The old lock held, but the frame flexed. Marta had the kitchen knife in one hand and the fireplace poker in the other. She looked absurd and fierce and terrified. "Bedroom window," Daniel said. Now we moved. Lee wouldn't at first. Her eyes were fixed on the door. At her. Marta took her face in both hands. "Not now. Move first. Understand later." The bedroom window stuck, then shrieked upward in its swollen frame. Rain blew in. The trees behind the cabin were packed so close that branches pressed against the screen. Daniel punched the screen out with the fireplace poker. Marta climbed first, bad knee buckling when she dropped outside. She swallowed the pain and reached up for Lee. Daniel helped Lee through next, then me. My ankle turned again when I landed. For a second, white sparks crowded my vision. Daniel came last. Behind us, the front door cracked. Not open, cracked, wood splitting around the lock. We pushed through the trees behind the cabin. Wet branches scraped our faces and necks. Whoever had dragged brush here had made a wall of it, but not a perfect one. There were gaps near the ground. We crawled more than walked, hands in mud, knees sliding over roots. The cabin disappeared behind us in 10 steps. Then the front door gave way. A crash. Anne's voice inside. "They're out." Another voice closer to the driveway. "Which way?" Daniel pointed downhill. "Pond." "No," I said, breathing hard. "Watch clearing." "What?" "The trail camera, the rope, spray paint. If we get there, we have proof, maybe tools. It overlooks the cabin. And if they're there, they're at the cabin." Marta limped beside us. "Owen, this is your worst idea so far." "Maybe." But she followed. We angled left, keeping the cabin uphill behind us and the pond downhill to our right. The geography had finally locked in my head. Cabin at the center, driveway east toward the wash and road, pond south, old fence and property line north, watch clearing west with a sightline to the roof. Whoever planned this had used those routes. So would we. Rain blurred everything. My ankle throbbed with each step. Lee slipped twice and got up without speaking. Marta's knee left a dark smear on her jeans. Daniel's calm was gone now, not replaced by panic, but by something harder. He kept looking back with the poker raised. A shout came from behind us. There, a figure in yellow rain gear crashed through brush near the back corner of the cabin. The man was heavyset, late 50s maybe, white, with a gray beard plastered to his jaw. Not Chris. He carried no gun that I could see. In one hand, he held a flashlight. In the other, a whistle on a cord, the whistle. "Stop," he shouted. "For God's sake, stop running." Daniel turned, feet planted. "Keep going," he told us. "No," I said. The yellow jacket man stopped 20 yards away, breathing hard. Behind him, another figure appeared at the cabin corner. Younger man, dark hoodie, orange work vest, baseball bat in one hand. Not a rescue posture. Marta saw the bat. Daniel, the older man, raised his hands. "Listen, I'm Carl. I own the place north of here. I've been trying to get you out before he..." The younger man swung the bat into the cabin's siding with a crack. "Carl," he yelled. "Don't you talk to them." Carl flinched. Whispered, "Who is he?" The younger man stepped into the open, rain running off his hood. White, early 30s, narrow face, mouth twisted with the effort of being in control and failing. I had seen his photo once on Lee's phone, cropped from some old wedding party, because she wanted to show me what he looked like without opening his social media. Chris. Not close, not imaginary, here. Lee stopped breathing. Marta put herself in front of her. Chris pointed the bat at me. "You shouldn't have brought her." Nobody moved. The woods, for one strange second, became ordinary around him. A man in a hoodie, mud on his boots, a cheap bat, wet hair stuck to his forehead. No monster, no legend, just a person with enough resentment, planning, and time to make the trees seem like they had learned to move. Carl shouted, "Chris, drop it." Chris turned on him. "You said they'd leave." "I said I'd warn them because you were pouring gas in a rental cabin like a lunatic." "They wouldn't listen." "Because you terrorized them." The words came fast then, not neatly, but enough. Carl owned the adjoining land and had found Chris 2 nights earlier near the old logging path, setting cameras and painting over trail markers. Chris had told him Lee had stolen money and was hiding at the cabin with us. Carl had believed enough to watch, not enough to call police. Then he saw the gas can. He tried texting Lee from a prepaid number Chris had dropped by the fire pit setup. He had blocked the driveway with his truck, he said, to keep Chris from driving away and to force us to come out before the rain washed the road. It explained some things, not all, and explanations do not disarm a bat. Chris took 1 step toward us. "Lee," she made herself look at him. Her voice came out rough. "No," 1 word, small, solid. He smiled like she had answered the wrong question. "You don't even know what he did, do you?" I knew bait when I heard it. So did Marta. "Don't," Marta said. Chris's eyes flicked to her. "You always needed an audience." Marta lifted the kitchen knife. Her hand shook, but the point stayed forward. "Come closer and find out." The younger man laughed. Then he lunged, not at Marta, at Lee. Daniel moved first. He hit Chris across the forearm with the fireplace poker. A dull, horrible sound. Chris yelled and dropped the bat, but momentum carried him into Daniel. They both went down in the mud. Everything broke into pieces. Carl shouting. Marta dragging Lee back. Me grabbing for the bat and missing because my ankle folded. Chris punching Daniel in the ribs. Daniel gasping. The poker sliding under leaves. I got my hand on the bat. Chris saw me and kicked out. His boot caught my injured ankle. Pain went up my leg so hard I vomited into my mouth. Lee screamed, "Stop." Chris froze for half a second. That was enough. Marta swung the flat side of the kitchen knife handle into his temple. Not the blade, the handle. made a meaty knock. Chris sagged sideways, dazed but not out. Daniel rolled away, coughing. Carl rushed in, and I thought he was helping Chris until he dropped his full weight onto Chris's legs and pinned him in the mud. "Rope," Carl shouted. "There's rope in the clearing. The orange rope," I said. Marta looked at me. "You're kidding." Chris bucked under Carl, snarling now, no words. Daniel crawled to the poker and pointed it at him with both hands. Lee stood rigid, rain running down her face. Then she moved, not away, toward the watch clearing. "Lee," I shouted. "I know where it is," she said. Marta went after her. Those 2 minutes felt longer than the whole morning. Carl fought to keep Chris pinned. Daniel kept the poker raised, one arm wrapped around his ribs. I sat in the mud with the bat across my lap, useless except as weight. Chris cursed at Lee, at me, at everyone, his voice shredding until it was barely human. Then the cabin flashed. A low orange pulse in the kitchen window. The gasoline fumes had found something. Maybe the stove's hot burn pot. Maybe a spark when the door broke and rain hit wiring. It didn't matter. Smoke pushed against the glass. "Move him," Daniel shouted. Carl swore and dragged Chris by the jacket collar. I crawled, then stood, then nearly fell. Daniel got under my arm and hauled me backward toward the clearing. The kitchen window cracked from heat. Not exploded. Cracked, a spiderweb line. Smoke thickened under the porch roof. Marta and Lee returned with the orange rope. Lee's hands were shaking, but she wrapped the rope around Chris's wrists exactly the way Daniel told her. Twice around, cinch, not behind. Carl used his belt for Chris's ankles. Chris spat mud. "You think this fixes you?" Lee looked down at him. "No," she said, "but it stops you moving." Those words stayed with me. We dragged him away from the cabin, all of us together. Even Lee helped, not because she owed him anything, but because the fire was spreading, and no one deserved to burn in the mud like an animal. That was the hardest thing to understand about her afterward. She could be terrified and still refuse to become cruel. At the watch clearing, Carl had a handheld radio clipped under his rain jacket. He'd been trying to reach his wife, he said, but the storm and terrain made it patchy. Daniel got it working by climbing onto a stump and holding the antenna high while rain ran down his sleeve. "Franklin County Dispatch," he said. 4 civilians, 1 restrained male suspect, cabin fire, medical injuries, private road off Route 16 near Rangeley. Road may be flooded. Need fire and law enforcement. Static answered. Then a voice. Broken but real. Repeat location. Carl took over, giving names the dispatcher understood. Old McAvey logging spur, north property line, washed culvert, Pine Haven rental. Behind us, the cabin burned in pieces. Not like in movies. It did not become a tower of flame. It smoked first, ugly and thick. Then the kitchen window pushed out with a pop. Fire crawled up the curtains and caught the porch roof, orange under gray rain. Wet wood resisted, then gave. The spoon wind chime clinked and clinked in the heat until the fishing line melted and the spoons dropped one by one onto the porch boards. Lee watched without speaking. Chris lay tied near the stump, face turned away from the fire, still conscious, still whispering things none of us answered. The road did flood. By the time the first deputy reached us on foot with 2 firefighters and Carl's wife, the wash had swallowed the lower driveway and the truck was half sunk at the bend. They came in through Carl's north property, following the fence line with headlamps bobbing in the rain. No sudden saviors, just tired people in waterproof gear, arriving late because the woods and weather had made every simple thing hard. Daniel had 2 cracked ribs. Marta needed 6 stitches in her knee. I had a sprained ankle, a cut palm, and gasoline burns irritated across one wrist. Lee had bruises on both arms from falls and grabbing branches, but the paramedic kept asking about shock because she spoke too calmly. Chris was arrested muddy, tied, and furious. Carl was not treated like a hero, not at first. The deputy took his statement with a hard face, because watching a crime become dangerous is still a choice, and Carl had made several bad ones before making better ones. As they led Chris past Lee, he twisted his head toward her. "You'll come back," he said. She did not answer. Marta did. "No," she said, "she won't." The fire crews saved part of the cabin shell, though the inside was ruined. The trees closest to the porch were blackened on one side, their wet needles steaming. In the red wash of emergency lights, I could finally see the trick clearly. Dragged brush, cut saplings, branches tied with fishing line. Survey tape moved closer, false blazes painted to redirect us. The trees had never moved. People had. That should have been comforting. It was, because a forest that moves is impossible. A person who wants you frightened enough to doubt your own eyes is not. And that is much worse. By the time they got us out of the woods, the rain had softened into a mist so fine it looked almost harmless. That was the part that bothered me later, not the fire, not Chris's face in the mud, not the sound of the spoon chime falling apart on the porch boards, one bent piece of metal at a time. It was the way the weather settled down afterward, as if it hadn't participated. A Franklin County deputy named Sorensen walked me along the north fence line with my arm over Daniel's shoulder, and a firefighter ahead of us cutting branches out of the way with a small folding saw. My ankle had swollen so badly inside my boot that every step felt like the joint had been packed with broken glass. Daniel kept saying, "Lean on me," even though his own breath hitched every few yards because of his ribs. Lee walked behind us with Marta, not with a blanket around her shoulders like people do in movies. The paramedic had offered her one, and she had taken it, then folded it neatly over one arm because she said the wet wool smell made her nauseous. She kept one hand on Marta's elbow. Marta limped, jaw clenched, one knee wrapped in a pressure bandage already bleeding through at the edge. Chris was brought out separately. They didn't let him walk near Lee. 2 deputies took him through the logging path because the fence route was too narrow, and because nobody wanted him close enough to say anything else. I only saw him once, downhill between birch trunks, his hoodie hanging dark and heavy, his wrists zip tied behind him. Mud striped the side of his face where Marta had hit him. He looked smaller with police on either side. That should have satisfied me. It didn't. At Carl's property, there was a barn with a metal roof, a gravel yard, and and one yellow porch light glowing through the rain. Carl's wife, Denise Hawthorne, 61, female, from Rangeley, Maine, stood by the open barn doors with a first aid kit, a thermos of coffee, and the furious expression of someone who had already decided which parts of her husband's story she believed, and which parts he would be explaining for the rest of his life. She wrapped Lee in a dry quilt without asking. Lee let her. That was when I knew my sister had run out of decisions for the day. Inside the barn, everything smelled like hay, diesel, old rope, and wet dog, though I never saw a dog. The firefighters set up portable lights. Paramedics moved between us with efficient calm. Someone cut my boot off because my ankle wouldn't come out of it. I watched the blade slide through the leather and felt an absurd flash of grief. They were good boots, expensive enough that I had complained about buying them. "You're attached to those?" Daniel asked from the hay bale beside me. I had just broken them in. "You broke yourself in instead." He tried to smile, then winced and pressed a hand to his ribs. The paramedic told him not to be charming while injured. Marta, sitting on an overturned feed bucket, laughed once and then started crying without warning. She covered her face with both hands, embarrassed by it, which made Lee move immediately. She limped across the barn floor, sat beside Marta, and leaned her shoulder into hers. "I'm sorry about your camera," Lee whispered. Marta dropped her hands. Her face was wet from rain and tears both. "Do not apologize for my camera while your actual stalker just tried to burn down a cabin. It mattered to you. Yeah, and you matter more." They sat like that under the work light, two women with mud on their knees and leaves stuck to their sleeves, saying nothing else. Deputy Sorensen took our statements in pieces because none of us could give the whole thing straight through. He was early 40s male from Farmington, with a careful voice and the tired eyes of someone who had heard enough domestic cases to know the first story is never the whole story. He recorded us on his phone and wrote in a notebook that had gone soft at the corners. I told him about the porch step, the survey ribbon, the missing fire pit, the false blazes, the watch clearing, the trail camera, the gas can, the prepaid phone, the battery missing from the Subaru. I told him things in the wrong order. I circled back. I contradicted myself about distances. Every time I did, I felt the old need to correct the report, to make it clean. Sorensen didn't rush me. "Trauma scramble sequence," he said. "Just tell me what you remember." That sentence helped more than I wanted it to. Lee gave her statement last. She asked that I not sit with her for it. I said okay before my face could do anything unhelpful. Marta stayed, not touching her, just nearby. Through the barn doors, I could see Carl standing outside in the mist with another deputy. He looked older without the yellow rain hood up. His beard was wet, his shoulders slumped, and his hands kept opening and closing at his sides. Carl had not been part of Chris's plan in the way I first thought. The deputies pieced that much together quickly. Chris had used Carl's North Access Road to reach the property before we arrived, telling him a version of Lee's story that made her sound unstable and me sound dangerous. Carl, who had his own private grievance against the cabin owner over property lines and trespassing renters, had been too willing to believe the situation was messy rather than criminal. Then he saw Chris move the fire pit stones. Then he found the gas cans. By then, he had already watched too long, told police he panicked, and tried to scare us out with the texts after finding Chris's dropped burner phone near the pond. He blocked the driveway because he thought Chris might use my Subaru or his own truck to ram past him. He blew the whistle because he was trying to locate us on the trail. Every decision had an explanation. Most of them were bad. Denise slapped him once, not hard enough to injure, hard enough that the barn went quiet. Then she said, "You call police first, Carl. First." No one corrected her. The ambulances took us to Franklin Memorial in Farmington because Rangeley's local resources were limited, and the road washout made everything slower. The drive felt longer than the whole day. Lee rode in the front ambulance with Marta. Daniel and I rode in the second, side by side, wrapped in heated blankets that smelled faintly of plastic. My phone had been bagged as evidence, along with Lee's, the burner phone, the printed photo, the trail camera, the gas can, the spray paint, and the orange rope. Without it, my hands kept searching my pockets for something to check. Daniel noticed. "Nothing to refresh," he said. "I hate that, I know. You okay?" "No." It was the first fully honest thing anyone said in the ambulance. At the hospital, ordinary life came back in strips of fluorescent light. Insurance forms. A vending machine humming near the waiting room. A nurse with purple glasses asking me to rate my pain. Marta complaining that the stitches in her knee looked visually lazy. Daniel being told twice that cracked ribs were treated mostly with rest, pain control, and being miserable. Lee sitting very still in a plastic chair, while an advocate from a domestic violence resource center spoke to her in a low voice. I did not interrupt. That was harder than it sounds. For years, I had mistaken helping Lee for getting in front of her, speaking first, offering solutions before she asked, handling calls, reading documents, telling myself that because Chris had controlled her cruelly, my control was different because I loved her. In the ER waiting room, with my foot elevated on a chair and a paper cup of terrible coffee cooling in my hand, I understood that fear can wear a helpful face too. When Lee finally came over, she looked exhausted down to the bones. "Chris is being held," she said. I nodded. "Good. They found enough for charges. Stalking, burglary, arson, assault, reckless conduct. A lot of words. Good, I said again, because I could not think of anything better. She's helping me file for a protection order. That's good. Lee looked at me. I stopped. She sat beside me, leaving one empty chair between us. I know you want to ask how he found the cabin. I do. I don't know yet. Okay. I think he got into my email. That answer settled between us, dull and heavy. Lee stared at the vending machine. The rental confirmation was there. I changed passwords after the divorce, but maybe not all of them. Maybe my recovery email still went to the old account. Maybe he guessed. Maybe I forgot one stupid thing. Lee, she turned sharply. Don't say it's not my fault. I closed my mouth. She waited like she expected me to say it anyway. So I said, "What do you want me to say?" Her face changed. Not soft exactly. Less braced. I want you to say he did this. He did this. And I missed something, but he still did this. You missed something, maybe. He did this. She looked away. Her chin trembled once, then stopped. okay. That was the closest we came to a dramatic embrace. An empty chair between us, bad coffee, and one sentence she could stand hearing. We stayed overnight for observation because Daniel's ribs needed monitoring, and because none of us had a car, dry clothes, or the emotional capacity to argue with medical staff. In the morning, the world outside the hospital windows looked painfully normal. Wet parking lot, pale sky, people walking in with lunch bags and toddlers and insurance cards. Marta's girlfriend drove up from Boston and arrived wearing yesterday's mascara and a coat over pajamas. She hugged Marta so carefully, it made Marta cry again. Daniel called his unit to explain he would not be picking up extra shifts. I called my manager and said there had been an incident on vacation. "Are you okay?" she asked. I looked at my splinted ankle, my bandaged hand, my sister asleep upright in a chair with her head against Marta's shoulder. "No," I said, "but I'm alive." The police found more of Chris's setup over the next 2 days. 2 trail cameras, 3 cans of spray paint, fishing line tied between branches to pull brush inward along the cabin clearing. The Subaru battery hidden under Carl's old canoe. A folder in Chris's truck with printouts of the cabin listing, road maps, Lee's social media posts from years earlier, and photos taken through windows of her apartment building in Portland. He had been planning for weeks, maybe months, until Host, a woman from Massachusetts who owned the cabin as an investment property, called me crying and kept saying she had no idea. I believed her. Mostly. She had hired local cleaners, used smart locks, and trusted an online calendar system that sent too many automated emails to too many places. Procedural failure, human obsession, bad weather, and a patch of woods dense enough to hide intent. That was all it took. There was no supernatural answer. The trees had not moved. Still, when the investigators sent Marta a copy of recovered footage weeks later, there was one clip none of us liked. It came from the trail camera in the watch clearing, the night before we arrived. Chris moved through frame twice carrying stones. Carl appeared once at the edge, arguing with him. Rain streaked the lens, all explainable. Then, at 3:12 a.m., long after both men had gone, the camera recorded the cabin clearing in infrared. The spruce branches along the porch shifted inward. Not much. A few inches. Probably wind. Probably the fishing line settling. Probably the angle of the wet needles under infrared light. The deputy said it had no evidentiary value. Marta said cameras lie in low light all the time. Daniel said nothing, which was unlike him. Lee watched it once and asked Marta to delete her copy. Marta did. I didn't ask for one. 3 months later, Lee moved apartments, changed numbers, filed every document the advocate suggested, and started sleeping with a chair wedged under her bedroom doorknob. Then she stopped doing that. Then she started again after a blocked number called her classroom phone and hung up. Healing, I learned, is not a straight trail. It loops. It doubles back. Sometimes it paints false markers. Marta bought a used camera body with money from her insurance claim and framed one photograph from the trip. Not Lee by the fire pit, not the cabin, not the woods. just the pond under fog, taken before everything broke open. You can see rain dimpling the surface if you stand close. Daniel returned to work after 6 weeks and sent me a text that said, "Ribs still rude. We talk more now than we did before the trip." As for me, I still work claims. I still believe in ordinary explanations. More than ever, maybe. Ordinary explanations are frightening enough. A jealous man with a password, a neighbor who hesitates, a rental system that leaks information, a storm that arrives early, a road that floods when you most need it not to. I also measure things now, not obsessively, not out loud, but when I rent a place, I notice the distance between the porch and the tree line. I photograph the driveway. I check the windows. I read the emergency exits before the pellet stove instructions. Last week, Lee came over for dinner. She brought grocery store flowers and made fun of my limp because it only appears when I want sympathy. We ate pasta. We talked about her students, Marta's new exhibit, Daniel's terrible jokes. For 2 hours, the world behaved itself. When she left, I walked her to her car. There was a maple tree by the curb outside my apartment building. It had always been there, planted in a square of city dirt with cigarette butts around the roots and a bike lock scar in the bark. Its lowest branch hung over the sidewalk. Lee stopped beneath it. "What?" I asked. She looked up at the branch, then back at me. "Nothing," she said, but she moved around it instead of under it. I did too. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.